The guests are arriving. I request the participants and students to please be seated. एक टिश्यू देना तो पीछे से। बैकग्राउंड अभी तो अभी नहीं लगा नहीं है नहीं मैं ढूंढी मुझे मिला देखो साइड भाग के देखो आते नहीं है आगे होंगे पॉसिबल Please be seated, everybody. A very warm good morning to one and all present here. It's a moment of great privilege to have with us today honorable guests and dignitaries. Dr. Anita Gupta ma'am, Head Climate, Energy and Sustainable Technology Division, DST, Government of India, New Delhi. Dr. Vineet Saini sir, Associate Head, Energy and Sustainable Technology, DST, Government of India. Engineer Dhiren Tiwari sir, Scientist, CES Division, DST, Government of India. Our eminent keynote speakers for today, Professor Mohammad Rizwan sir, Delhi Technological University, New Delhi, Professor S. Srinivas sir, Tumkur University, Karnataka, Professor Brijesh Kumar sir, Indira Gandhi, Delhi Technical University for Women. Our leadership at CSVTU, Professor Sanjay Agarwal sir, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, respected Director sir, Professor P.K. Ghosh sir, the HODs, fellow faculty members, honorable dignitaries from academia, and dear participants. I am Dr. Richa Sahu, and on behalf of Chhattisgarh Swami Vivekanand Technical University, it's a moment of great pleasure and privilege to honor and to extend a hearty welcome to all of you on the inaugural ceremony of 2 days workshop on sustainable energy systems for climate change mitigation, funded by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, New Delhi. The workshop on sustainable energy system for climate change mitigation is designed to address the urgent need for sustainable energy solution in the face of global climate change. The workshop will cover innovative technologies and practices aimed at reducing carbon footprints and enhancing energy efficiency. Again, on the behalf of Department of Energy and Environment, University Teaching Department, CSVTU again welcomes you, all of you, to this workshop. Chhattisgarh Swami Vivekanand Technical University, Bhilai, aims to provide quality education in engineering, technology, architecture, and pharmacy at various levels, including research, postgraduate degree, and diploma courses. The university is actively working not only in the technical field but also towards environmental conservation. As a proof, I would like to share with you that 33,000 trees are welcoming you with pure oxygen. The greenery within the campus and the solar parking arrangements indicate that this campus will soon be developed as a green energy campus. CSVTU has implemented new teaching and learning strategies emphasizing the development of soft skill within the curriculum. I again extend a heartily welcome to all of you today. Saraswati Mahabhage, Vidya Kamalalochane, Vidya Rupe Vilakshakshi, Vidyam Dehi Namostute. To start this day, let's take the blessings of Goddess Saraswati by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. May I please invite all the honorable dignitaries for lamp lighting, please.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डवण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदा पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदा
May I now request our respected dignitaries to please step on the dais, please. Anita ma'am, Dr. Vineet Saini sir, Dhiren sir, Director sir, Honorable Pro VC sir, please step on the dais. PPT. Presenting our guest with a plant is a symbol of our gratitude and respect for our guest today. May I request Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor sir to please welcome Dr. Anita Gupta ma'am with a potted plant. Now may I please request Honorable Pro VC sir to please welcome Dr. Vineet Saini sir with a potted plant. I request respected Director sir to please welcome Dhiren Tiwari sir with a potted plant. Now I please request Dr. Harish Dittatare sir to please welcome Professor S. Srinivas sir with a plant. I again request Harish sir to please welcome Professor Mohammad Rizwan sir with a plant. I request Ms. Purvi Chandrakar ma'am to please welcome Professor Brijesh Kumar sir with a plant. Now I please request Director sir to please welcome Honorable Pro VC sir with a plant. May I please request Harish sir to please welcome Siddiqui sir with a plant. May I again request Harish sir to please welcome Director sir with a plant. May I please request Harish sir to welcome Shivastav sir with a plant. Harish sir, please welcome Director sir with a plant. Thank you so much, sir. CSVTU is reaching new heights under the able leadership of Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Sanjay Agarwal, sir. Organizing this workshop would not have been possible without his guidance and support. I kindly request Honorable PVC, sir, to please deliver the welcome address.
Good morning and warm welcome esteemed guests, faculty members, participants and dear students. It is our privilege to welcome you all personally and on behalf of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Chhattisgarh Swami Vivekanand Technical University Bhilai, Professor M.K. Verma sir, in today 2 days workshop on sustainable energy system for climate change mitigation, sponsored by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, New Delhi. I am honored to welcome our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Anita Gupta ma'am, Head Climate, Energy and Sustainable Technology Division, New Delhi. Dr. Anita Gupta ma'am, an administrator by professor with over 20 years of experience in managing Government of India led programs on innovation and entrepreneurship. She has been lead catalyst in establishing over 100 technology business incubator at institution of academic excellence, including IITs, IIMs, NITs, and leading private universities. She has also been instrumental in carving out of new umbrella initiative Nidhi, that is National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovation under Prime Minister National Initiative of Startup India. We are truly honored to have such a diverse personality as our chief guest today. Thank you very much, ma'am, for accepting our invitation. We are also delighted to have with us Dr. Bineet Saini, Associate Head, Energy and Sustainable Energy Technology Division, DST. Dr. Saini is a qualified energy and environmental engineer and alumnus of IIT Delhi. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation in this workshop. I would also like to welcome welcome Engineer Dhiren Tiwari, Scientist, Energy and Sustainable Technology Division, DST. His cooperative nature makes him very special. Thank you, Dhiren ji, for joining this workshop. I also express my sincere thanks to all my speaker, Professor P. Srinivasa, Professor DOS and R in Chemistry, Tumkur University, Karnataka, Professor Mohammad Rizwan, Professor in Electrical Engineering, Delhi Technological University, Delhi, Professor Birjesh Kumar, Professor and Director Planning, Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women, Delhi, Professor Anwar Sajjad Siddiqui, Professor in Electrical Engineering, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Sir, your valuable talks will work as a catalyst in this 2 days workshop. Additionally, I also welcome Professor P.K. Ghosh, Director, University Teaching Department, and my friend Dr. R.N. Patel, Director, CSVTU Forte. I also welcome coordinators of this workshop, Dr. Harish and Ms. Purvi, all organizing team participants and all faculty members. I personally welcome you all to Chhattisgarh Swami Vivekanand Technical University, where we are dedicated to delivering systematic, efficient, and high-quality education in engineering, technology, and pharmacy since our inception in 2005 under the Chhattisgarh state government. Just I would like to inform you that total 162 colleges are affiliated with our university across the Chhattisgarh. Our university teaching department takes pride offering specialized BTech program in computer science with specialization with artificial intelligence and data science. University teaching department also offer many MTech program in the field such as energy and environment engineering, biomedical engineering, microelectronics and VLSI design, structural engineering, environment and water resource engineering, and urban planning. Chhattisgarh Swami Vivekanand Technical University is a premier university that offers a range of unique and innovative features that set it apart from other universities of higher learning. Some of these features are like we have unmanned aerial vehicle program where hands-on training in designing, developing and operating unmanned aerial vehicles are provided. We have also remote pilot training organization where training for the drone pilot are given. We have also a facility of e-library. In this, we have state-of-art digital resources, including e-books, journals, and research paper, Here, students of all 162 affiliated college take facility of this library even after passing their BTech and MTech program. We have also a Center for Entrepreneur and Smart Agriculture. This center will provide innovative agricultural practice and technologies through training and mentorship. We have also one another type of experiment, that is a Swami Vivekanand Yuva Kausal Setu. Swami Vivekanand Yuva Kausal Setu, an initiative of CSVTU, is working for the recognition of prior learning. This RPL is an assessment of the skill acquired by the individual through experience, observation, and self-learning. The assessment, which is followed by a certification, gives an edge to an otherwise informal worker. It provides the employee with the confidence, social recognition, and empowerment that are necessary to negotiate his future employment. We have also adopted 48 villages. Here we promoting rural development and community engagement through partnership with local organizations and the government agencies. Here NSS are playing very important role for upliftment of villages. We have also another type of experiment, that is Shiksha Mitra. The motive of Shiksha Mitra is provide educational support to unprivileged students through scholarship, mentoring, and career guidance. We have trained faculty member for advanced computing facilities for the simulation, data analysis, and research who are capable to work on the supercomputer. We have also inclusive technology business incubator, that is ITVI. ITVI provides resources, mentorship, and funding for startup and entrepreneurs working on innovative technology-based project. We have also very good audio visual video studio. This studio have a facility for video production, animation, and graphic design with advanced equipment and software. Just I would like to inform that we have also developed 15 MOOC SWAYAM courses, and now we are developing 18 more courses. So under this 15 courses, we have developed 600 video, and for the coming this 18 more courses, we are going to develop 720 more videos. And I am happy to tell you that more than 30,000 students are enrolled in this SWAYAM MOOC courses. The CSVTU Foundation for Rural Technology and Entrepreneurship is a Section 8 company, has recently incubated 13 startups under the Nidhi ITVI scheme and provide them with an ignition grant of 34 lakh rupees. The organization has also received a CSR project with 4.59 crore from REC Limited Gurgaon to promote millet processing and food chains in Chhattisgarh. Additionally, CSVTU Forte has received approval to establish a center of entrepreneurship in Smart Agri with approximate funding of 12 crore rupees in collaboration with STPI, Government of Chhattisgarh, CSVTU Bhilai. Furthermore, CSVTU Forte has received a CSR grant of 30 lakh from in Smart System Private Limited to promote self-employment in natural and organic farming. The CSVTU Forte is leading by our friend Professor R.N. Patel. So just I would like to request to give a big clap for the R.N. Patel sir. We are pleased to announce the 2 days workshop on sustainable energy system for climate change mitigation funded by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, New Delhi. To all participants of 2-day workshop on sustainable energy system for climate change mitigation, I extend my heartfelt best wishes. May this workshop be source of new insight, fruitful exchange, and valuable networking opportunities. Let us together explore and advance the frontiers of the knowledge and innovation in sustainable energy system for climate change mitigation. Thank you and wish you all the great learning experience during this workshop. Jai Chhattisgarh, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir. We are delighted to have with us today Dr. Vineet Saini, sir, Associate Head, Climate, Energy and Sustainable Technology Division, DST, Government of India. Dr. Vineet Saini is a qualified energy and environment engineer and alumnus of IIT Delhi. He also holds an MBA in technology management and a certified energy auditor of Bureau of Energy Efficiency. After spending his services for more than a decade in corporate sector and state government, he joined the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India in 2007 and presently holds the charge as an associate head scientist F in the Climate, Energy and Sustainable Technology Division. This professional experience of about 3 decades encompasses execution of various field projects in energy and water sector, including indigenous development of systems. At present, he is deeply engaged in the promotion of interdisciplinary areas of science and technology in clean energy, executing various projects with scientists, academicians, and technocrats of different disciplines, along with line department officials. While addressing the core challenges and delivering solution in real field condition, he always keeps in mind the social economical context of such scientific interventions. May I please invite Dr. Saini, sir, to address the gathering. So which one? Which one? Yeah. So you can use this and full screen cover. Full screen. Okay. I think
So, Namaskar everyone. I am glad to be here this morning on this August gathering at Bhilai and really would like to inform you about the DST activities. Well, I am assisting Dr. Anita Gupta, who is heading Climate, Energy and Sustainable Technology Division. So in my part, I am just going to explain you about what are the research platform we are handling and more on the solar energy part, which I am handling directly in the division. So as all of you know, these Pancha Amrit targets, which Prime Minister Modi has given at COP26. So when any statement comes from the Prime Minister's office or Prime Minister, so it becomes a working implementation plan for different ministries. Accordingly, when the Prime Minister announced this Panchamrit, so it has given, if you see, it has defined the target by 2030. So it says that how India can reach 500 gigawatt of non-fossil energy capacity by 2030, or how 50% of energy requirement from renewable energy can be given by 2030. So accordingly, our division has also changed our implementation strategy because the target is now 2030. So we are now more closely dealing with the line departments so that more of our technology can move out of the lab. So right now our division is supporting upstream end of research, which is the prime activity of DST. But in addition to that, now we are also trying to develop a basket of R&D solutions for low carbon emission technologies. Similarly, we are trying and making the efforts for pilot scale deployment to move the technology out of the lab in the real field. And simultaneously, we are also promoting national bilateral and multilateral cooperation in the area of clean energy. Now, if you see this slide, this is a very impactful slide where you can see all the energy minister and the SNT ministers are just met last year in India and discussed about the various energy issues. So when SNT and the SNT ministers and the power ministers works together, so we feel that we can able to achieve the international targets by 2030. Now, this mission innovation is primarily a group of 23 countries along with EU. And in this, we are just targeting to develop the solutions in terms of missions. We want to develop more of private sector partnership, and then we want to move towards the net zero commitments. Now, this mission innovation platform was coined by our Honorable Prime Minister in 2015, and in the phase 1, the focus was more on the R&D part. So in the first 5 years, it was mostly R&D driven, but in the phase 2, it is more driven both by R&D as well as the demonstration. And the target is that we have to reach the tipping points of the innovation so that they can be scaled up rapidly after 2030. So accordingly, now there are 7 missions in which it is working. The first mission is basically on like zero emission shipping, where the country, all the countries together are working to operate on the non-emission fuels routes. Like all the ships, they work together. We can demonstrate that all the ship as well as the ship routes, all the fueling port structures are enabled with that environment. Similarly, the next mission is clean hydrogen, where the target is to just reduce the cost of hydrogen by $2. Similarly, in green power future mission, we are looking towards where 100% renewable energy can be integrated into the grid. And then the carbon dioxide removal technology, where we are looking toward a net reduction of 100 million metric tons. And then the urban transition mission, we are looking for the good urban cities that can deliver. Similarly, there are the platforms in which the primary target is material, sustainable aviation fuel, and then community on sunlight. And similarly, there is a think tank which can discuss the strategies that how we can move forward in this regard. So this is all in the mission innovation. And as I told you that now we are working very closely with the line ministry. So in the zero emission Ministry of Ports and Shipping and Waterways, we are partnering with. For the clean hydrogen, we are partnering with the MNRE. For the green power future, we are with the Ministry of Power. B is leading there. Then for CDR, we are in touch with the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. For urban transition, we are working closely with Ministry of Urban and Urban Affairs. For net zero emissions, we are working with Ministry of Environment and Forest. Then these are the few things which we have discussed in the last ministerial, which has happened in Goa, and this year the ministerial is going to be happen in Brazil in October 24. So we are looking forward to it, that how all the countries can work together and deliver the solutions. But our main, as you know, our main helping and our guiding and our implementation workforce is the research community. So without you, we cannot represent India in a forceful manner there. So your innovations, your research will help us to represent us better, our country in that. So we look forward to your cooperation and R&D activities in clean energy. So as far as Department of Clean Energy, this clean energy is concerned, DST has initiated a small initiative way back in 2009 in terms of solar energy systems. And as we move forward, we keep on learning many things. And then we add like material for energy, hydrogen fuel cell, carbon capture, utilization. And every year we are changing our strategies and gears. So as far as the focus on solar energy systems, where I am looking deeply into this area. So you can see that in the solar energy, we have got like various solar PV architectures. There are various competing technologies, both silicon and non-silicon. Similarly, on the solar thermal, there are also the various competitive technology in terms of collectors. It is whether linear refractional or Schaeffler, or it may be this cooling and the heating loads. And similarly, when we are integrating with the grid, both we have to look towards the storage part, because we have to provide 24/7. And in the present context, when the consumer is becoming prosumers, it becomes more relevant that we have a good cyber control, grid control, this cyber control as well as the security control over the power. Now, in terms of solar PV architectures, what we are doing at present, we are supporting all type of silicons, these technologies, and all are competing. Like, as you know, the workhorse is crystalline silicon solar cells. Similarly, we are working on non-crystalline solar cells in some of CIDS, cadmium telluride, and we are also working on organic part of the solar conductors, that is particularly dye-sensitized solar cells, organic photovoltaic cells, perovskite solar cells. And we have also attempted, because you know silicon solar cell research is a very cost-intensive research, which requires clean room facilities, characterization facilities. Each facility is costing around 25-30 crores if you have to start the research in a very serious manner. No investment less than that can make a sense. But the third generation cells, where our other universities can easily contribute it, like quantum dots, upper conversion, down conversion, intermediate band gaps, hot carriers. And similarly, based on these experience, we are also now working towards a backward integration. We are also want to go for like ingot manufacturing. So we have got a good lead, and at present, I think slowly in this year we are going to demonstrate in India for the first time ingot wafer facility developed indigenously in India. On the solar thermal part, we are also like working on various power cycles, advanced power cycles, which can make our future power plant very miniaturized and decarbonized. We are addressing it through development of various alloys, because high temperatures process have their own challenges, which you all are aware who are working in this system. So overall, if you see the solar energy system journey from 2009 when we started, our focus was solar photovoltaics and this thing, but down that 10 years, if you see, with a lot of development and solar photovoltaics going into the system. So recently, with all the policy inputs and other things, we have now started a new program with this year under the leadership of ma'am, that is called Solar PV Recycle. So that is the latest addition which we have done in our basket in terms of technology. So, and then in terms of like notable development, like we are not only focusing on the solar architecture, we are also focusing on the development of equipments. Like our now labs are able to produce the cost of the equipment, testing equipment, production equipment at 1/10 cost, 1/5 cost in the country. So these are the few development like IV curve tester, solar simulators, cleaning robots, because cleaning is a very India specific problem. And then we are also working on the few models where we are delivering solutions to the community. So that is all we are doing DSP, and the madam is going to explain more you about our activities on division in terms of our other domains which we are doing in terms of hydrogen and other things. So with that, I thank you all for your suitable listening. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for this insightful information and talk. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest today, Dr. Anita Gupta, ma'am, Head, Climate, Energy and Sustainable Technology Division, DST, Government of India, New Delhi. Dr. Gupta, an administration by profession, with over 20 years of experience in managing Government of India-led programs on innovation and entrepreneurship. She is currently Head of Innovation and Entrepreneurship in the Department of Science and Technology. Oh, oh. Okay, I'm so sorry, ma'am. Ma'am, it's the same, ma'am. I'm going to. I'm so sorry, ma'am. So sorry. Please accept my apologies, ma'am. So I should just invite you for your talk, ma'am. May I invite Dr. Anita Gupta, ma'am, to please address the gathering. Ma'am, please. I'm so sorry. Ma'am.
So, good morning, everyone. And it is, in fact, indeed a very good opportunity for me to be sort of homecoming. In fact, when Professor Sanjay Agrawal extended invitation to me to be a part of, because I had series of visits happening across India in connection with variety of projects which we are funding. And at the last moment only, I gave him final approval that, okay, I'll be coming. So apart from visiting and seeing what Chhattisgarh Vivekanand Technical University is doing, it was my another added interest because I happen to be alumna of NIT Raipur. It was then called GEC Raipur. Way back in 1987, I did my mechanical engineering. My father was professor there of civil engineering. I did my schooling here. So it has so much of, you can say, fond memories, connection, and coming back to Raipur after, say, 4 years. My last visit in this area was just before the COVID struck in March 2020. So thank you all for inviting me. I congratulate the entire organizing team of CVTU who are driving this very important topic of sustainable energy system for climate change mitigation. So I think in the audience here, I am unable to make out how many of you are students, how many of you are faculty, because I think average age of faculty here is pretty young. So just raise your hands who represent students here. Oh, yeah, okay, sizable number. Okay. Students are students, and I am lifelong student. Okay. So my colleague has already shared with you quite of the initiatives targeting mainly on the solar energy research initiative. But I think in my presentation, I will walk you through the entire gamut of activities, which is not only focused on mitigation side, but a glimpse of as a part of our climate change adaptation side also what we are doing. So it's a mix of both, more on mitigation, of course, but also partly on the adaptation, climate change adaptation side. So let me start with India is in currently, I don't know whether you are aware of, we happen to be the most populous country of the world. We are aware. What is the population of the world as of now? It is called 8. And India? And how much is the working age population? अरे गूगल कर लो फटाफट, गूगल करके बता दो. How much is working age population, and why India is actually everyone is looking up to India? Why? Because abhi as of now we actually have close to more than it is 58% working age population. So we have the strongest and the highest demographic dividend in the world. We are actually intellectually, knowledge wise, education wise, we are the most learned group of the world. And because of our diverse nature of the which country has from east to west, north to south, and kind of challenges, our dialect changes every 25 kilometers. Our you can say social fabric is built up in a very different way across India, and it is a you can say mini world by itself. Although it's known as subcontinent, but it's a mini world by itself in variety of ways. And in fact, I happened to visit. I was 2 days back. I was in Jaipur in connection with an ISRE organized event on decarbonizing the nation, and I was traveling by road through Delhi to Mumbai expressway. One of the state of the art, you can say NHAI has built up the highways, and both the sides, the way the joints have come up, the kind of restrooms are state of the art, everything automated, sensor driven. So it was such a welcome change that I am traveling in India or I am in any developed country. So there's a phase of changing India, and it feels so proud that we are living, and you all are fortunate to be a part of this you can say new India, which is in the making. And just you must have read out, we are third in many aspects, and third in startups. It is close to now 140,000 DPIIT registered startups, and PM believes so much in the power of youth. You are going to be the change makers of new India, lead catalyst of change. And that's why he has put up a lot of stress on Startup India, Stand Up India. Because if we really enable our youth to be problem solvers of today's, we will see the companies taking a touch. So we are like in terms of, as I told you, intellectually also third largest in the numbers of PhDs. But China's, you can say, is way ahead in every aspect because the sheer scale, the numbers. So it's very difficult to match the scale of and the numbers of China as of now. Whether you talk of steel production, anything, they are much more ahead. But we should not be bogged down by their size. But let us try to emulate some part and create those enabling conditions, because of this geopolitics as of now, there is a China plus one policy. Whatever, all countries are united mostly against barring few who are aligned to China. So we want to set up our manufacturing base also here. And we have women's participation. See, no country can vouch for equitable, a total or holistic development until unless 50% of population are part of its growth journey. That's why there is a lot of focus within DST also to come out with programs which actually tap, supports, and nurtures women researchers in the entire gamut of science, technology, and innovation. So we have a dedicated division, Vice Kiran division, which has come out with various programs which actually supports women not only in India but also enables them to send them for short fellowship programs to various parts of the globe. And we are also in terms of translation of knowledge into IPs. So you could see from the last one, we are actually 7th in terms of resident patent filing. So that's also good news. So whatever we are doing has to be protected. What new knowledge in a fiercely competitive, you can say global landscape, we have to protect the knowledge which is being created. And remember, the institutions where most of the funding, DST is the highest or largest extramural funding body in the country. And whatever public funding is going from, whether it's from DST or any other department or state government, has to be really the knowledge created has to be protected. So IP filing, that awareness and sensitization, it's a duty of each and every institute to protect the IPs. So I think, let me tell, anyone has an idea what we are talking, very positive things here. What accounts, what is the reason of this? Every now and then workshop and discourses we discuss about climate change. What is the leading cause of climate change? Why is it happening? Why is it so buzzword here every now and then? Any idea? Climate change हो क्यों रहा है? जो technical, how we differentiate between any knowledge or you can say knowledge, you are seeking knowledge from any other knowledge. Technical people are, they go for root cause analysis. What is the root cause of this climate change? Anyone? कोई हिंदी इंग्लिश किसी में, छत्तीसगढ़ी सब में चल जाएगा. हाँ हाँ, एक रीजन है कि ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस हैं. ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस का क्या कंपोजिशन होता है? कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड इज क्लोज टू 78%. नेक्स्ट इज मीथेन. फिर आपका नॉक्स होता है, नाइट्रोजन ऑक्साइड और सब. तो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड कहां से आ गया, क्यों हो रहा है? हाँ, इज वन ऑफ द रीजन. और तो ये मैन मेड है. अभी जितना सारा हो रहा है बिकॉज ऑफ इंक्रीज मैन मेड एक्टिविटीज, इंक्रीज इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन, विच इज एडिंग टू द ब्लैंकेट ऑफ GHG. अपने क्लाउड में आपने देखा होगा एक थिक ब्लैंकेट हो जाता है GHG का, और जो सोलर रेडिएशन है वो कहाँ ट्रैप हो रहा है? उस ब्लैंकेट में ही ट्रैप हो रहा है. और ट्रैप होने से आपके अर्थ में ग्लोबल वार्मिंग हो रही है सारी जगह. आपने पता नहीं आप लोगों ने पढ़ाई कि नहीं, देयर इज अ ओवर आर्चिंग एजेंडा कि अर्थ का टेम्परेचर अभी आई थिंक 16.6 और समथिंग, पूरी अर्थ का टेम्परेचर, एवरेज टेम्परेचर, उसको 1.5 डिग्री से ज्यादा बढ़ना नहीं चाहिए. उसका क्या रीजन है भाई, क्यों, व्हाई दिस 1.5 डिग्री फिक्स्ड अप? कुछ तो उसका लॉजिक होगा. हाँ, वहां पे एक्चुअली सारे आपके ग्लेशियर्स मेल्ट होंगे. आपके ग्लेशियर्स मेल्ट होंगे तो 70% ऑफ द अर्थ विल बी सबमर्ज्ड इन वाटर. तो एक मैंने अभी पढ़ा था कि जब धरा ही नहीं होगी तो सब धरा का धरा रह जाएगा. तो आपका रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी किसके लिए ये सब? क्योंकि अब आपको, यदि आपको आने वाली पीढ़ी है प्यारी, तो धरती को बचाना है हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी. तो दैट्स व्हाई, मतलब अभी आप जैसे आप कोई लेमैन से भी पूछो, आप तो सब पहुंचते हैं, इतनी रेनफॉल हो गई, ये सब हो गया, इसका इल इफेक्ट्स क्या हो रहा है कि आप एक्सट्रीम इवेंट्स देख रहे हैं. जब आपकी कहीं पे ज्यादा रेनफॉल हो रही है एक्सट्रीम, आपका पूरा सबमर्ज हो रहा है, शहरी सबमर्ज हो रहा है, ड्रेनेज पूरे फुल हो गए हैं. आपके यहाँ कहीं पे बहुत ज्यादा एक्सट्रीम हीट हो रही है. अभी दिल्ली में इस सीजन 50 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड फर्स्ट टाइम. आई थिंक इसकी मेरी स्लाइड भी है शायद. हाँ देखिए, ये सारे आप मीडिया क्लिपिंग्स हैं. अभी रिसेंटली आपने केरला में देखा होगा लैंडस्लाइड हुई सारी, इसके पहले उत्तराखंड में हुई थी लैंडस्लाइड। फिर आपका था, मैंने जो लिखा है कि क्लाइमेट चेंज में इट वाज रेनिंग फायर, 50 डिग्री पहुंचा था। देन आपकी वाइल्ड फायर्स होती हैं उत्तराखंड में। आपके दुबई में अनप्रेसिडेंटेड 8 इयर्स के बाद रेनफॉल हुई थी। दुबई तो ऐसी जगह है जहां पे रेनफॉल होती नहीं है। दे यूज टेक्नोलॉजी नोन एज क्लाउड सीडिंग, क्लाउड को सीड करके वहां पे बारिश करवाते हैं वहां पे, और वहां पे ऐसी रेनफॉल हुई। तो ऑल दीज आर इंडिकेटिव ऑफ कि क्लाइमेट चेंज प्रॉब्लम इज ऐसे कोई झूठ मूठ की नहीं है, ये रियल है एंड इट इज गोइंग टू स्टे एंड इट इज गोइंग टू बी मच मोर डिवास्टेटिंग एज वी प्रोग्रेस इन द ईयर्स टू कम। और ऐसा प्रेडिक्शन है, यदि कोई भी सारे जो दुनिया के कितने भी 195 196 कंट्रीज हैं, इन्होंने यदि कुछ भी इसको मिटिगेशन के लिए कुछ भी काम नहीं किया, सो बाय 2034 70% ऑफ द वर्ल्ड विल बी सबमर्ज्ड। अब 70% सबमर्ज होगा, दैट्स व्हाई एक आपने सुना होगा कॉप 28 होता है, कॉप होता है, सॉरी कॉप होते हैं कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑफ पार्टीज, एवरी ईयर होती है, और उसमें सारे हेड्स ऑफ स्टेट, अपने पीएम भी जाते हैं उसमें मोस्टली। जब विनीत हैड शेयर्ड अबाउट मिशन इनोवेशन, ये तो कॉप 21 में हुआ था जो ग्लासगो में, ये नहीं, ये तो पेरिस में हुआ था। पेरिस के कॉप इवेंट में कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑफ पार्टी ने पीएम अनाउंस्ड एंड कॉइन्ड दिस टर्म मिशन इनोवेशन फ्रॉम पेरिस, एंड आई थिंक उसमें मैक्रोन वाज आल्सो इन्वॉल्वड, द फ्रेंच प्रेसिडेंट वाज आल्सो इन्वॉल्वड, ही वाज आल्सो इन्वॉल्वड इन दैट, बराक ओबामा भी थे इसमें। फिर ग्लासगो हुआ कॉप 26, कॉप 26 में पीएम ने हमको ब्लूप्रिंट दे दी है कि 5 उन्होंने एजेंडा दे दिए कि ऐसा ही एनविजन्स इंडिया, और 2034 को देखते हुए भी व्हाई एवरी कंट्री इज हैविंग गोल्स फॉर 2030 इज बिकॉज कुछ नहीं किया तो वैसे भी डूबनी है, ये पूरी वर्ल्ड डूब जाएगी 2030। दैट्स द ग्रेविटी ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज एज वी स्पीक टुडे। और ये जो आपका अभी एवरेज टेम्परेचर हो रहा है, हर जगह ग्लोबल वार्मिंग होगी। और अभी जो पता चला है कि इंडिया जो 5th लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी है, $3.9 ट्रिलियन की है, इट इज सेट टू बी बाय 2027 ये थर्ड, ये अभी जो 5 ट्रिलियन का हम जो टारगेट कर रहे हैं 25 तक, फिर 7 ट्रिलियन का होगा। वी विल बी थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी इन फ्यू इयर्स टू कम। तो आप इकोनॉमी का मतलब क्या है? ग्रॉस डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट ऑफ सर्विसेज एंड प्रोडक्ट्स होते हैं इकोनॉमी का, उसके वेरियस सेक्टर्स होते हैं। ये बढ़ेगी कैसे? आपकी पॉपुलेशन भी बढ़ रही है, आपकी इकोनॉमी इज आल्सो सेट टू राइज, मतलब यहाँ पे बहुत डेवलपमेंट का काम होगा। मींस अभी जो इतना पेस ऑफ डेवलपमेंट है, कंस्ट्रक्शन, इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन, ये इतना होने वाला है कि अभी तो बोलते हैं कि 70% ऑफ इंडिया इज येट टू बी बिल्ट। अभी जो आप देख रहे हो इतना only 30% है। The pace of development, the mega projects which government will be approving, that will change the face of India, and that's how we will scale up to a position of the third largest economy worldwide. So now let me come to, एक तरफ तो हम mitigation के हम बाद में बात करेंगे। फर्स्ट लेटेस्ट चीज की आपने देख लिया, climate change is real। आपको हाउ यू इनेबल योर पीपल टू अडेप्ट टू चेंजिंग, क्योंकि आपको देखो क्लाइमेट चेंज होता है, आपकी पूरा सोशियो इकोनॉमिक फैब्रिक डिस्टर्ब हो जाता है, चेंजेस दी इकोलॉजिकल बैलेंस, बायोडाइवर्सिटी, सारी चीज जब अर्थ का आपका डिस्टर्ब होता है, और उस पर्टिकुलर रीजन में जहां पे ये अफेक्ट होता है वहां का हो जाता है। आपके कितने सारे डेली वेजर्स होंगे हु आर डिपेंडेंट ऑन going out of their houses just to earn daily earnings। इस टाइप की डिवास्टेटिंग साइक्लोन हो, रेन्स हो, their earnings are affected, पूरा सोशो उनका अफेक्ट होता है। तो इट हैज अ बियरिंग ऑन आपका एम्प्लॉयमेंट, अर्निंग, इट हैज अ बियरिंग ऑन जब आपके रेन्स, फ्लडिंग्स, ड्रॉट्स होते हैं, न्यू डिजीजेस डेवलप, हेल्थ पे होता है, एग्रीकल्चर इज अफेक्टेड इमेंसली। सो इट्स अ ग्रेट नेक्सस ऑफ climate change with agriculture, health, availability of water, and you can say earning potential। So this is given that कहाँ चला गया इसमें रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं हो रहा इसमें मुझे पता नहीं अच्छा आया तो ये भी कहाँ हाँ तो अभी गवर्नमेंट ने क्या किया है गवर्नमेंट हैज मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट एंड फॉरेस्ट पूरे एनवायरनमेंट क्लाइमेट change adaptation and mitigation that is the nodal department and all these action plans have 2010 से इस पे काम करना हुआ था it is monitored at highest level in government of India इसकी regular monitoring होती है starting with national solar mission सब and each mission is assigned to different ministries चाहे solar mission है वो MNRE है Ministry of New and Renewable Energy sustainable habitat होगा महुआ जो है water mission जल शक्ति नेशनल मिशन ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर एग्री डिपार्टमेंट के पास है ग्रीनिंग इंडिया MOFCC के पास है नेशनल मिशन ऑफ सस्टेन द हिमालयन इकोसिस्टम एंड नेशनल मिशन ऑफ स्ट्रेटेजिक नॉलेज ये 2 मिशन हमारे मेरे डिवीजन के पास है DST इज द नोडल मिनिस्ट्री टू ड्राइव द नेशनल एक्शन प्लान विच आर रिलेटेड टू एडेप्टेशन बाकी कोई भी एडेप्टेशन का नहीं है इसमें एंड अभी 2 नए ऐड हुए हैं वेरी रिसेंटली लास्ट ईयर नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन नेशनल कोस्टल मिशन एक और न्यू मिशन आएगा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मिशन तो ये हैं सारे क्लाइमेट जो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में ईवीज वगैरह की बात होगी बिकॉज दे आर दी ईवीज आर मोड फॉर ग्रीनर ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ग्रीनर एंड क्लीनर सपोज टू हैव 0 emissions एंड ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन इसमें पार्ट नहीं है इट इज ऑल्सो एन एक्टिव पार्ट ऑफ MNRE फॉर यू कैन से मिटिगेशन साइड आई एम स्किपिंग ऑल दिस बिकॉज इसमें हमने काम काफी किया है आई हैव एंड इसके अलावा हमारे सारे स्टेट्स में स्टेट क्लाइमेट चेंज सेल है आई हैव डॉक्टर अनिल श्रीवास्तव हु इज रिप्रेजेंटिंग द छत्तीसगढ़ स्टेट क्लाइमेट चेंज सेल हेयर और उसमें एक्चुअली मेन है दे डू दी वल्नरेबिलिटी स्टडी रिस्क असेसमेंट स्टडी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम्स ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स ये लार्जली दैट इज देयर मैंडेट एंड इसमें मैं एक चीज आई वुड लाइक टू हाईलाइट एज अ पार्ट ऑफ आवर इंटरवेंशन वी हैव सेट अप इंडिया मे बी एशियाज बेस्ट ग्लेशियोलॉजी लैब इन यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ कश्मीर ये एक ऐसी फैसिलिटी कहीं भी नहीं है स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट glacier which studies the way how the glaciers are melting वो सारी बहुत मेथोडिकल स्टडी होती हैं and they are using state of the art drones to map it study the and get the data get the images I don't know you have heard of Idea Forge as a startup Idea Forge का a drone was showcased in the movie 3 Idiots में IIT बॉम्बे के 3 स्टूडेंट्स ने वो प्रोटोटाइप इस टाइम डेवलप किया था और उसमें आपने मूवी इफ यू कैन रिकॉल एक ड्रोन घूमता था हॉस्टल्स में दैट वाज आइडिया फोर्ज एंड आइडिया फोर्ज को वी सपोर्टेड थ्रू अ साइन IIT बॉम्बे इंक्यूबेटर एंड उसकी जर्नी भी मोर देन अब डिकेड रही है पिछले 5-6 साल से DRDO हैज एक्चुअली टेकन एज अ पार्ट ऑफ इट्स एक्टिविटीज और उसको काफी सपोर्ट किया है दे हैव गॉट रेज मोर देन 100 crores ऑफ फंडिंग सर्वेलेंस से लेके they are doing really great idea one can read out the inspiring story of Idea Forge as a drone so such actually precision drones are being used for these kind of activities so actually one of the key highlights of our impact through our adaptation climate change are through our funding resources we have actually India में 690 districts in 28 states हैं अब तो we have done the entire mapping of vulnerability how much vulnerable what kind of percentage of population is vulnerable इसमें health effect होगा agri effect होगा what kind of scenarios there so that study has been done उसके बाद vulnerability के बाद risk assessment is underway वो अभी चल रही है so these are and हमारे हिमालयन इकोसिस्टम में वी आर दी ओनली वन एज अ पार्ट ऑफ DST जैसे में डिटेल्ड ग्लेशियर इन्वेंट्री हैज बीन क्रिएटेड फॉर मेजर ग्लेशियर्स इन दी हिमालयन रीजन हमारा एक वाडिया इंस्टीट्यूट है DST has got more than 2 dozens of prominent institutes across India, which work variety of work. तो हमारा वाडिया इंस्टीट्यूट है वो हिमालयन पे काफी काम कर रहा है, बेस्ड आउट ऑफ देहरादून। डीएसटी के पास एक बहुत बड़ा ऑटोनोमस इंस्टीट्यूट है जो इंडिपेंडेंस से पहले काम कर रहा है, दैट इज सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया। सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया भी देहरादून में है, वो बहुत पुराना है, सबसे पुराना इंस्टीट्यूट है हमारा, और वो पूरा मैपिंग करता है। उसमें भी ड्रोन्स आजकल स्टार्टअप्स आर बीइंग यूज्ड फॉर मैपिंग एंटायर। आपका लैंड रिकॉर्ड चाहिए, सारी जगह रहता है, सारे पंचायत तक में रहता है लैंड रिकॉर्ड, लैंड मैपिंग। तो दे आर डूइंग रियली गुड वर्क, सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया। ये मैं इसमें COP28 के बारे में, मैं ये लास्ट दुबई में थी, आई हैपन टू अटेंड दैट COP20। इसमें पीएम भी गए थे, और पीएम ने अनाउंस किया है कि आई थिंक 2028 में इंडिया विल होस्ट कॉप। तो अब व्हेन इंडिया विल होस्ट कॉप, तो हमको तो शोकेस करना पड़ेगा ना हमने क्या क्या काम किया। वी कैन नॉट बी साइलेंट, and we have to show the you can say world globally how we are actually tackle the climate change through variety of interventions measures। अभी आपने देखा होगा G20, पीएम ने तो G20 को अलग ही स्केल पे ले गए। 52 जगह सिटीज में G20 के प्रोग्राम्स हुए थे। इसके पहले लोगों को पता ही नहीं था G20 होता क्या है। सो दैट्स द वे यू हैव टू। आजकल जो भी काम करो, मैं आई थिंक आई विल जस्ट इको दी प्रीचिंग्स एंड टीचिंग्स ऑफ स्वामी विवेकानंद, हु इज एक्चुअली यूथ के लिए आइकन है। तो बोलते हैं अराइज अवेक एंड नॉट स्टॉप टिल योर गोल इज अटेंड। आपको जो भी काम करना है, आपको आधे मन से काम नहीं करके कभी आपको सफलता नहीं मिलेगी। कोई भी काम करें, छोटे से छोटा काम भी करें, यू हैव टू गिव योर 100%। ऑल योर बोलते हैं ब्रेन, nerves, muscles, all part of your body should work towards the attainment of your that goal, whatever goal it may be। आप देखिए जैसे आपके जो सफाई कर्मचारी रहते हैं, उनको एक एरिया डिफाइंड है, यहाँ पे आपको सफाई करना है, वो काम भी आपको पूरी लगन से करना है। जो भी काम करें, आपको टीचिंग दिया है, ये दिया है, ट्राई टू, आपको ऐसा बुकिश नॉलेज नहीं काम आता आजकल। आपको बुकिश के साथ आपको प्रैक्टिकलिटी चाहिए। देन इंडिया में क्या हो रहा है, एशिया में क्या हो रहा है, व्हाट अदर वर्ल्ड कंट्रीज आर डूइंग, अनटिल आपको पूरा फुल ग्रिप ऑफ दैट सब्जेक्ट नहीं होगी, आई थिंक यू विल नॉट कमांड दैट रिस्पेक्ट। हर चीज में आप कहीं भी, वेर एवर यू वर्क एज अ डू सर्विस और यू वर्क एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर, आज के इन टूडेज टाइम स्टेटस को कि भाई आ जाएगा, सरकारी लोग भी ऐसे हैं, पैसे नौकरी तो है, कोई हमको निकाल नहीं सकता। दैट काइंड ऑफ माइंडसेट इज नॉट गोइंग टू वर्क। आपको पता है हमारे गवर्नमेंट में भी 50 ईयर्स की, सारे जो 50 ईयर्स को जाते हैं, एवरी ईयर होता है असेसमेंट कि इनको निकाला जाए, इनको रखा जाए, आर दे प्रूविंग वर्दी ऑफ दी। तो ये चीजें पहले थी बुक्स में, बट अभी की सरकार उनको इम्प्लीमेंट करने लगी है। तो आप ऐसे कहीं भी आप ऐसा नहीं करो कि इधर हम आ गए बिल्कुल अब शांति की जिंदगी है। शांति तो ऐसे नहीं मिलेगी। शांति एंड सक्सेस के लिए यू हैव टू हैव अ ज़ील, यू हैव टू हैव दी, एक्चुअली यू हैव टू प्रूव योरसेल्फ। अब हर कदम पे, एवरी डे यू हैव टू प्रूव। मतलब फिर आजकल का ऐसा नहीं गवर्नमेंट में है तो आप यू आर मच मोर, तो इसमें ये COP28 में जो था कि वी हैव टू ट्रिपल द रिन्यूएबल पावर, सारे इट इज अ कलेक्टिव डिसीजन, एंड डबल द एनर्जी इफिशिएंसी। ये ओवर आर्चिंग ऑब्जेक्टिव थे। अपार्ट फ्रॉम ट्रिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स आर रिक्वायर्ड फॉर डीलिंग विद द क्लाइमेट चेंज crisis adaptation, developed countries have to give funds to developing who bear the brunt of the adverse effects of climate change। ये अभी मैं इसमें ज्यादा नहीं, आई थिंक वी हैव टू इनकॉर्पोरेट टेक्नोलॉजी इन एवरी एस्पेक्ट, वेदर AI है, AR है, VR है, IoT है, ड्रोन्स है, एडवांस कंप्यूटिंग है। हमारी मोस्ट ऑफ द सेंटर फॉर एक्सीलेंस ऑन क्लाइमेट चेंज are having the state of the art supercomputers, because the data being handled, the algorithms which are being used are of the top order। आपका प्रोडिक्शन IMD जो यूज करता है, वेदर फोरकास्टिंग मॉडल की प्रोडिक्शन की जो यू कैन से रिलायबिलिटी विल बी ओनली जब आपके पास रोबस्ट डेटा हो। रोबस्ट डेटा होना चाहिए, रोबस्ट एल्गोरिथम, देन एल्गोरिथम की जो डिसीजन मेकिंग रहेगी that will be much more close to the reality. एनर्जी मिक्स का तो है 23-24 का है. Currently renewables, Vineet can correct me whether it is as of now, is it the latest data? आपका 67 7 gigawatts है सोलर का, देन विंड का 10 है, हाइड्रो का नहीं विंड का 42 है, हाइड्रो का 46 है, स्मॉल हाइड्रो, वेस्ट टू एनर्जी, बायोमास. This is a different sectoral distribution, and combined आपको now correlate with the Panchamrit targets which PM has set. आपका now let us now subsequent slides are focused only on mitigation part. तो इस mitigation में आपने देखे हैं कि आपके सबसे ज्यादा we are highly fossil fuel dependent. आपके इधर भिलाई में स्टील प्लांट है. हाउ मच डज द स्टील इंडस्ट्री एमिट एज अ पार्ट ऑफ स्टील, फर्टिलाइजर्स, आपके सीमेंट, दीज आर ऑल पार्ट ऑफ हम जो बोलते हैं हार्ड टू अबेट इंडस्ट्री. इधर पे वी हैव टू रियली हैव लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजीज टू रिड्यूस द कार्बन इमिशन. एग्रीकल्चर इज ऑल्सो कंट्रीब्यूटर ऑफ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एंड मीथेन. तो बट आपका फॉसिल इंडिया ने अपने नेट जीरो टारगेट 2070 क्यों किए हैं, वेयर एज अदर डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज ने तो 2050 किए हैं, कुछ ने 26 किए हैं. व्हाई? क्योंकि आवर डिपेंडेंसी ऑन कोल इज हाईएस्ट. अभी भी कोल प्रोडक्शन अभी बढ़ता रहेगा. अभी तो हमने वी हैड ब्रोकन द रिकॉर्ड. हमारे जो अभी डेटा दोगे कोल माइनिंग का, वी आर हमारी जो कुछ कोल माइंस हैं, दे आर नंबर इन टॉप 5 टॉप 10 में है, 3-4 हैं शायद. एंड आवर कोल प्रोडक्शन इज सेट टू राइज टिल 2047. ये आई विल नॉट बिकॉज विनीत हैज ऑलरेडी शेयर्ड अबाउट दिस. पंचामृत हमारा ओवरआर्चिंग टारगेट है टू बी नेट जीरो बाय 27. उसी का मैं पूछ रही थी व्हाई 2070. क्योंकि हमारी डिपेंडेंसी ऑन कोल इज गोइंग टू बी देयर टिल 2047. 2047 इज अ टारगेट टू बी विकसित भारत. हमको पूरा डेवलप होना है बाय 2047. उसके बाद हमारा हम वी डू नॉट से कि वी विल फेज आउट कोल. हमारे कोई भी डिप्लोमेटिक टॉक्स में वी रिफ्रेन फ्रॉम यूजिंग द वर्ड फेज आउट, वी से फेज डाउन. फेज डाउन करेंगे एंड 2047 के बाद बहुत टेपर होगा, और टेपर होगा फिर जाके 2070 तक हम फॉसिल फ्यूल पे वी विल कंप्लीटली आइडियल सिचुएशन कंप्लीटली 100% रिन्यूएबल. अब विनीत बताएगा हो पाएगा कि नहीं. एंड आप लोगों को करना है, वो तो कलेक्टिव है. वी नीड गुड टेक्नोलॉजीज टू ट्रांसलेट. हाँ अभी ऑफिस ऑफ पीएसए है जिसको प्रिंसिपल साइंटिफिक एडवाइजर टू गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया बोलते हैं. प्रोफेसर अजय सूद इज दी अवर पीएसए एज ऑफ नाउ. उन्होंने एक स्टडी की है विथ न्यूक्लियर पावर कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया. व्हाट आर दी यू कैन से सिनेरियो इन नेट जीरो, और हाउ इंडिया शुड बी, व्हाट इंडिया अप्रोचेस इंडिया शुड बी अडॉप्टिंग टू अटेन, बिकॉज इट इज अ ह्यूजली चैलेंजिंग अपहिल टास्क एज वी स्पीक नाउ. बोलने के लिए अच्छा है बट उसको ट्रांसलेट करना इन एक्शन एंड टू अटेन दिस टारगेट इज अ वेरी अपहिल टास्क, एंड गवर्नमेंट अलोन कैन नॉट डू. गवर्नमेंट तो आपको बस ब्लूप्रिंट दे देगी, एक्शन तो आप लोगों से आना है, रिसर्चर्स से आना है, इन्वेस्टर्स से आना है, एंड इंडस्ट्री से आना है. गवर्नमेंट विल सेट थोड़ी इनिशियल फंडिंग, तो सब न्यू इनिशिएटिव की फंडिंग तो सारा गवर्नमेंट करेगी, सीडिंग, बट उसको आगे ले जाना तो नॉट ओनली अस, एक की जिम्मेदारी है यहाँ पे. अभी मैं एक सस्टेनेबली इवेंट में आई मेट डॉक्टर प्रवीण भागवत. आप लोग गूगल कर लेना उनके बारे में. ही इज अ कंप्यूटर साइंस alumnus from IIT Kanpur, worked in US, IBM सब जगह, and he is known to be, his name to fame is he is a wireless communication के expert है, and he is the inventor of modern day Wi-Fi. When he was working in IBM along with Arvind Krishnan, जो अभी current IBM के head है worldwide, अरविंद कृष्णा, उनके साथ उन्होंने Wi-Fi को invent किया. And after coming to India, he settled in Pune. एंड उन्हें क्लाइमेट का देखा. ही हैज अ डेडिकेटेड फाउंडेशन विच इज नोन एज 14 ट्री फाउंडेशन. 14 ट्री में वो बोलते हैं कि एक व्यक्ति अपने पूरे जीवन काल में यदि 14 ट्री लगाता है तो वॉट जो उसके खुद के उससे जो हो रहा है एज एन इंडिविजुअल जो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड इमिशन हो रहा है उसको वो जीरो कर देगा. तो आजकल जो हम लोग बात करते हैं ना नेट जीरो इज, ये तो कंट्री का टारगेट है, बट कंट्री कैसे होगा? कंट्री सब यूनिट्स. आपका छत्तीसगढ़ एक यूनिट है, छत्तीसगढ़ के भी सब यूनिट्स हैं. आपके बहुत सारे जिले संभाग वगैरह जो होते हैं, आपको सबको इंस्टीट्यूशंस होते हैं. यू ब्रेक इट डाउन. एक आपके जिले में कितने इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, कितने स्कूल हैं, तो वी हैव टू ब्रेक डाउन. फिर आपके कितने घर हैं, ईच हाउस, ईच इंडिविजुअल, ईच स्कूल, ईच कॉलेज, each city has to come out with their net zero target. जब तक आप ये नहीं करेंगे तब तक ये मतलब गवर्नमेंट ये 70 बस पेपर में ही रखा रहेगा. गवर्नमेंट हैज लिमिटेशन. गवर्नमेंट कैन नॉट रीच आउट टू all 1.42 बिलियन पीपल ऑफ इंडिया. इट इज द कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. जब आपके पास पता है कि हाउ द वर्ल्ड विल लुक लाइक इन नेक्स्ट 10 years, यदि कुछ इंटरवेंशन नहीं करेंगे भुगतना हमको ही है. So why not prepare ourselves to really tackle this one of the biggest you can say crisis on earth. ये सबकी जिम्मेदारी है. तो that's the intent. फिर आपका हमारा DST रोल if you name हमारे हर जगह है. अपार्ट फ्रॉम क्लाइमेट एडेप्टेशन, बाकी के सारे जो आपको दिख रहे हैं these are part of our decarbonization strategy towards climate change mitigation. आप क्लीन कोल से लो. क्लीन कोल में हमने आई थिंक मोर देन 130 करोड़ स्पेंड किए हैं टू क्रिएट सेंटर फॉर एक्सीलेंस इन क्लीन कोल. एक हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट है वो है हैदराबाद में है, ARCI. वहाँ पे हमारा क्लीन कोल है. DST इज द ओनली डिपार्टमेंट इन द एंटायर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया अदर देन मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ जहाँ पे हमारा एक मेडिकल कॉलेज है. We have ये है श्री चित्रा मेडिकल कॉलेज ऑफ एडवांस रिसर्च इन त्रिवेंद्रम. जिसमें हम पीजी रिसर्च होती है, वहाँ पे MBBS नहीं होता, एडवांस. एंड वहाँ पे उन्होंने हार्ट का एक चित्रा वॉल्व लेके आए हैं हार्ट कार्डियो के लिए. तो इन टर्म्स ऑफ DST की रीच मैंने बताया, एक तरफ हमारे पास सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया है, एक तरफ हमारा पास ये है. हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस आर रियली यू कैन से नॉवेल contributing to advancement of science, technology, innovation in the country. So आपका जो मैंने बताया हार्ड टू हैबिट सेक्टर सीमेंट स्टील, उसमें केवल कार्बन कैप्चर एंड यूटिलाइजेशन चाहिए. हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल्स इज मोस्ट हाइप्ड, काउंटेड की ग्रीन फ्यूल रहेगा ये. इसमें हमारा अभी वी विल बी कमिंग आउट विद हाइड्रोजन वैली इनोवेशन क्लस्टर. 4 जगह में इंडिया का वेरी यूनिक फर्स्ट ऑफ इट्स काइंड इनिशिएटिव विल बी सपोर्टिंग. और ये हमारे 100 days प्लान में भी है न्यू गवर्नमेंट के. And I think we got the news कि PM will be inaugurating our Pune hydrogen valley मतलब in 1 month or so, जहाँ पे आपका पूरा हाइड्रोजन कैसे प्रोड्यूस हो, एंटायर वैल्यू चेन, हाउ हाइड्रोजन इज गेटिंग प्रोड्यूस, हाउ इट इज गेटिंग स्टोर्ड, हाउ इट इज बीइंग यूटिलाइज्ड. तो उसके बहुत यूटिलाइजेशन है. लेट मी टॉक अबाउट जो भिलाई के लिए रेलिवेंट है, DRI टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर ग्रीन स्टील मेकिंग. इसमें हाइड्रोजन का यूज है. बैटरी टेक्नोलॉजी, क्योंकि जहां आपकी सोलर एनर्जी, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, चाहे सोलर हो, विंड है, बिकॉज ऑफ वेरिएबिलिटी, इंटरमिटेंसी, स्टोरेज सॉल्यूशन हैव टू बी इंटीग्रेटेड. तो इफ स्टोरेज अच्छा नहीं होगा, जैसे स्टेशनरी स्टोरेज है, पंप स्टोरेज है आपका, चाहे आपका रिचार्जेबल स्टोरेज है, बैटरी, एंड देन आपका डिपेंडेंसी ऑन लिथियम आयन, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स, रेयर अर्थ, वो चीज हो जाएगी. फिर आपको सब जगह कंट्रोल्स, रेक्टिफायर्स, इन्वर्टर, सब चीज चाहिए. ये सारा पावर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स है. पावर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इज डिपेंडेंट ऑन सप्लाई चेन ऑफ दीज मटेरियल्स. वो सारा अभी बाहर से आ रहा है, आपका चाहे ऑस्ट्रेलिया हो, चिले हो, ब्राजील हो. सो व्हाट आर दी ऑल्टरनेटिव्स टू दैट वेयर आवर डिपेंडेंसी ऑन दीज मिनरल्स इज रिड्यूस्ड. तो ये देयर आर सो मेनी एरियाज वेयर इंडिया में काम करना है, एंड देयर इज सो मच स्कोप ऑफ इन्फ्यूजिंग, इंटीग्रेटिंग, इंस्टिलिंग रिसर्च, इनोवेशन, डेवलपमेंट, कमर्शलाइजेशन, टेस्ट बेड, पायलट प्लांट्स, क्रिएटिंग सॉर्ट ऑफ लिविंग लैब्स. हमको लिविंग लैब्स बनानी है बहुत इंस्टीट्यूट्स में. आपने छोटा मोटा लैब में एक्सपेरिमेंट कर दिया, इंडस्ट्री को थोड़ा ना पता चलेगा कि यहाँ पे काम हो रहा है. लिविंग लैब्स मींस आपने कुछ एक मिनिमम सर्टेन आपके जैसे मैं बैटरी की बात करती हूँ तो उसमें ग्राम स्केल टू केजी स्केल बताना पड़ेगा। ग्राम वाले में इंडस्ट्री नहीं आएंगे आपके साथ। आपको जो जैसे मैंने इन माय अर्लियर रोल एज हेड ऑफ इनोवेशन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप हमने रिकॉर्ड टाइम में कोविड के लिए कवच प्रोग्राम किया था और 6 महीने में हमने इंडिजिनस कैपेबिलिटीज की थी वेंटिलेटर्स की। सारे वेंटिलेटर्स इंपोर्ट हो रहे थे, हमारे पास पीपी तक नहीं थे, एवरीथिंग वाज गेटिंग इंपोर्टेड। सो हाउ व्हेन एवरीवन केम टुगेदर, आपके सारे लाइक माइंडेड आए, इंडस्ट्री साथ में आई, आपके पल्मोलॉजिस्ट थे जो लंग स्पेशलिस्ट हैं वो आए टू डिजाइन वेंटिलेटर। सब लोग साथ मिलके बैठे, दे सेट ऑन दी लाइक एट द ड्राइंग बोर्ड स्टेज वी कॉल इनिशियल, ये कॉन्सेप्ट है, ऐसा हम बना सकते हैं वेंटिलेटर, ऐसे हम इसको टेस्ट करेंगे, इसमें इतने आइट्रेशंस करेंगे, इतने सैंपल साइज रहेगी। सब जब मिलके काम करेंगे देन यू कैन एड्रेस एंड अटैक ऑन अ गिवन प्रॉब्लम सिस्टमेटिकली इन अ टाइम बाउंड मैनर, तभी आपकी सक्सेस मिलेगी। यदि आपके रिसर्चर्स एकेडमिक ही रहें, बस किसी इंडस्ट्री से बात नहीं करेंगे, व्हाट इज द फेल्ट नीड ऑफ मार्केट, हाउ द मार्केट इज गोइंग टू चेंज इन नेक्स्ट 20-30 इयर्स, तो आपकी रिसर्च कोई काम की नहीं है। वो रिसर्च आपकी टीआरएल लेवल 3-4 तक ही रह के वहीं पे खत्म ही हो जाएगी। वही डीएसटी करता है, डीएसटी इतना पैसा खर्च करता है, बट इफ यू सी व्हाट इज द रियल आउटपुट टू मार्केट, हाउ मेनी प्रोडक्ट्स कुड सी द लाइट ऑफ द डे, वो एनालिसिस अभी इसका गवर्नमेंट ने एक बना दिया है ANRF, अनुसंधान नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन। जितनी भी रिसर्च होगी अब उसी के बैनर के होगी। एंड इसका सी डिफरेंस है, पहले गवर्नमेंट ज्यादा खर्चा करती थी, अभी गवर्नमेंट 0.7% ऑफ जीडीपी खर्च करती है R&D में। तो ये मैं स्किप कर रही हूँ कि आई थिंक मैं skip कर रही हूँ। तो 0.7% करती है, जबकि जो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज हैं, चाइना भी 2% करती है रिसर्च R&D ऑफ देयर जीडीपी, जो ट्रिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स में। यूएस करती है। इजराइल जो इतना स्मॉलेस्ट नेशन है विच इज एक्चुअली बाउंडेड बाय सो मच चैलेंजेस एंड एडवर्सिटीज, इज द हाईएस्ट 4% ऑफ जीडीपी इज स्पेंट ऑन R&D। उनका डिफेंस देखो कितना स्ट्रांग है, उनका हेल्थ कटिंग एज, दे डू कटिंग एज रिसर्च and cutting edge research which has a market in US, which has market in anyone। हम लोग भी इजराइल के काफी डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजीज लेते हैं। तो आपको यू हैव टू रेज दी बार, मींस आप जो कर रहे हैं अभी जिस लेवल पे कर रहे हैं उसको थोड़ा आगे लेके जाना पड़ेगा, और आगे लेके जाना है तो इंडस्ट्री के बिना आगे बढ़ेगा नहीं। बिना इंडस्ट्री को लिए यू कैन नॉट थिंक ऑफ अ सक्सेस विच इंडिया इज टारगेटिंग। देन आपको सारा इंटीग्रेशन, आप जितना भी रिन्यूएबल करोगे, पावर लोगे, स्टोर करोगे, बट इट हैज टू बी अल्टीमेटली कनेक्टेड विद ग्रिड। एंड ग्रिड, बिकॉज ऑफ ग्रिड शुड बी स्मार्ट, इट शुड बी एबल टू, आप एक जगह आपको सारा कंट्रोल रूम होना चाहिए। आप देखो कि यहाँ पे लोड, यहाँ पे पीक डिमांड ज्यादा हो रही है, यहाँ पे कम है, कैन यू डाइवर्ट द पावर देयर। So that kind of now technology is required for smart grid, and these grids are subject to cyber, कहीं भी cyber attack हो सकता है, आपका पूरा grid failure कर दें। Then what are the firewalls? How do you protect your grid? So every step, if you embark on any new age technology, you should have a foolproof mechanism to protect that system. अभी आपने देखा था ना एक बार, वो अभी माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का आउटेज हुआ था कुछ दिन पहले, सारे एयरपोर्ट्स सारा क्रिपल हो गया। ऐसी ये नौबत नहीं आनी चाहिए। हर सिस्टम के लिए प्लान बी, प्लान ए, प्लान बी, सी होना चाहिए। यदि इन दी इवेंचुअलिटी व्हाट विल हैपन। ये कार्बन कैप्चर में हम लोग, इंडिया डीएसटी इज द पायनियर इन डूइंग। अभी हमारी एक सीमेंट सेक्टर के लिए कॉल आई है, वो खत्म हो गया, 28 जुलाई वाज द लास्ट डेट। तो हमारे आई थिंक दोज हु आर इंटरेस्टेड शुड रेगुलरली विजिट आवर वेबसाइट, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ कॉल्स आर बीइंग गिवन। और इसमें हम लोग काफी इंडस्ट्री से काम कर रहे हैं, BHEL है, टाटा पावर है, एंड स्टार्टअप्स भी बहुत प्रमोट हो रही हैं इसमें। ईवी का आपने बात की, तो ईवी के लिए DST pioneered and worked with BIS to come out with 25 standards for charging infrastructure। और अभी हमने 28th of February during our National Science Day in Vigyan Bhavan through our minister, we have released a white paper on e-mobility। उस व्हाइट पेपर में 3 हैं, एक तो आपका बैटरी टेक्नोलॉजीज, बिकॉज इंडिया हैज अ क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन, तो ट्रॉपिकल, आपने थर्मल देखा होगा, बहुत फायर कैच होती है कई बार ईवीज में, तो देयर थर्मल मैनेजमेंट हैज टू बी इम्प्रूव्ड। उसमें आपको बैटरी मैनेजमेंट सॉफ्टवेयर रहता है BMS, वो इंटीग्रेट करना है, न्यू बैटरी टेक्नोलॉजीज कर रहे हैं। एंड व्हाइट पेपर के बाद इसमें दीज आर द एरियाज, आपका बैटरी, पावर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, ट्रैक्शन मोटर्स, EV चार्जिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। अभी हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं एक बैटरी पासपोर्ट की। बैटरी पासपोर्ट मतलब देयर कुड बी 3-4, आपने एक्साइड बैटरी सुना है, आपने अमरा राजा बैटरी सुना है, बहुत सारी बैटरी रहती हैं। तो आपके पास इर्रेस्पेक्टिव ऑफ कोई भी आपका बैटरी का मेक हो, आप जैसे अपना आधार कार्ड है, आपका आधार कार्ड में आपकी आइडेंटिटी है, वैसे बैटरी की आइडेंटिटी के लिए भी कॉल्ड बैटरी पासपोर्ट, बैटरी आधार कार्ड, कौन सी मेक है, कौन सी सेल केमिस्ट्री है, कब बनी हुई है। यदि उसको एंड ऑफ लाइफ बैटरी रिसाइकलिंग की भी बात हो रही है, तो मटेरियल सर्कुलैरिटी के कारण भी आप यू कैन मेक आउट किसका क्या हुआ, ये कहाँ गई आखिरी में, तो यू कैन ट्रैक द बैटरी, or battery Aadhaar card or battery that is also in annual. We need talked about the what our efforts on material circularity, end of life of PV, उसके लिए हमने अभी नया कॉल जो किया था। ये white paper है, this is a white paper, it is soft copy is there in our website, anyone interested in this domain can download that. एंड उसके बाद हम लोग नए प्रोग्राम्स डेवलप कर रहे हैं विच विल बी ऑन PPP मॉडल फॉर सपोर्टिंग, बिकॉज अभी तक इंडिया में वी डू नॉट हैव सेल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैपेबिलिटी, तो वो हमको स्टेब्लिश करनी है इंडिजिनसली। व्हाट कुड बी द सेल मैन्यू, ये आई एम स्किपिंग ऑल दिस, विनीत हैज ऑलरेडी टॉक्ड अबाउट। ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन है जिस पे अभी होल वर्ल्ड इज लुकिंग टुवर्ड्स इंडिया, बिकॉज PM ने टारगेट दिया बाय 2030 वी विल बी प्रोड्यूसिंग 5 मिलियन मीट्रिक टन्स ऑफ ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, एंड वो अभी इनिशियली लार्जली एक्सपोर्ट होगा सारी जगह, क्योंकि कोई भी नई टेक्नोलॉजी आती है टेक डिकेड्स टू अडॉप्ट, ऐसा नहीं होता है कि आपने कल अनाउंस किया। इवन आप EV का देख लो एडॉप्शन, इंडिया का टारगेट है 30% मार्केट पेनिट्रेशन बाय 2030। 100% आपका कोई भी चीज नहीं होता, इट टेक्स डिकेड्स फॉर एडॉप्शन, एंड जब तक EV आएगा उसके पहले तो उस टाइम तक बाय 2040 आई थिंक हाइड्रोजन विल टेक ओवर, सारी आपकी चीजें मोस्ट प्रोबेबली हाइड्रोजन से फिर रन होंगी मोस्टली। अभी इनिशियल टारगेट है पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट टू बी रन थ्रू हाइड्रोजन, टू व्हीलर पैसेंजर जो कार्स हैं वो कार पे थोड़ा अभी का फोकस कम है, अभी हाइब्रिड्स ज्यादा पॉपुलर हो रही हैं, बट टाटा नेक्सॉन हैपेंस टू बी द मार्केट लीडर इन EV। These are the targets for National Green Hydrogen Mission and we are also working. So at the same time कोई भी नया टेक्नोलॉजी आती है, equal importance has to be paid towards skilling the workforce. You have to train. अभी I don't know technical के AICT के कोर्स करिकुलम रिवाइज हुए हैं कि नहीं, पुराने ही चल रहे हैं। You have to adopt तो सारी future skill force need to be trained towards new age technologies. ये बड़ा फोकस है। That's it from my side. And thank you. I think I could convey the message why climate change is really important, and yeah, this is a mission. We have a shared mission, shared purpose with all of you, and we need to really work collectively to make India and the planet Earth a much more cleaner, greener, not only for us but also for our future generations. So thank you and Jai Bharat.
थैंक यू सो मच मैम फॉर दिस इंफॉर्मेटिव एंड इंस्पायरिंग टॉक। ऐसी बहुत सारी चीजें हमें पता लगी जो सिर्फ हम सुनते थे। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दैट। It's a distinct honor to present a small token of gratitude to our esteemed guest today. So for that, I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Sorry, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor Sanjay Agarwal, to please present Dr. Anita Gupta, ma'am, with a memento. May I again request Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor sir to please present Dhiren Tiwari sir with a memento. May I now request Respected Director sir to please present Vineet Saini sir with a memento. Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite Professor P.K. Ghosh, sir, Director UTD, CSVTU, to please deliver the vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. At the outset, I thank each and every one of you who is present here in this two-day workshop on sustainable energy systems for climate change mitigation, which is being funded by DST and organized by CSVTU. A special mention of thanks goes to Dr. Anita, who is chief guest today. She is the head of the CEST division of Government of India, New Delhi. And just a coincidence that we are from the same institute, that is the GEC, which is now NIT. And I feel lucky that I am being taught by his father, Dr. Jain, who is an eminent professor. And even he had written a very good book. So still that book is with us. So I welcome you, madam, and thank you for being here. Sure, madam. I'm thankful to Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. M.K. Verma, sir. Although he is not here, but all these programs are because of his constant support and the initiation for conducting such programs. So we thank in absentia Dr. Verma, sir. I'm thankful to Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, who is actually he is the person who is instrumental in bringing this program over here. So we thank for your support, sir. We are thankful to Dr. Vineet Saini for being here physically, and of course, the insight that has given about the different schemes and the programs that are being run by the department. And I'm sure that the students will be taking an advantage of it. I think you can, all of you will be able to understand the importance of that, because we are having a PG program in energy here. So this is one of the most useful programs for the PG students or for the department we had so far. I would like to thank the other experts, Professor Muhammad Rizwanzi, who is professor in electrical engineering from Delhi Technological University, Delhi, for coming over here. I'm thankful to Professor Manoj Kumar Gaur, who is professor in mechanical engineering from Madhav Institute of Science and Technology, Gwalior. I'm thankful to Professor S. Srinivas, professor from Tumkur University, Karnataka. I'm thankful to Professor Brijesh Kumar, who is professor and director planning of Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women. I'm thankful to Dr. Anil Shasta, who is present in this program. Thanks to Dr. Arun Patel, sir, Dr. Pankaj, Dr. Patra, Dr. Toran, sir, all the faculty members. And special thanks to all the coordinating team, organizing team, Dr. Harish, Ms. Purvi, Dr. Richa, Mrs. Smita, and other members of the organizing team. Thanks to all the participants, the PhD scholars, students, and all the others who are present here. And I'm sure that you all will be able to take the advantage of these programs and the vision that the government of India is having. Okay. I'm also thankful to the media persons who are here from the different news channels and the newspapers. So thanks for your presence. At the end, I would like to say that whatever the speakers have given an insight, we have to be committed in action and not only in words. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I convey our gratitude to everyone who is present here, the delegate, the faculty members, respected participant for being the part of this inaugural session. I thank you once again. I request everybody to please move for the high tea, and we'll be starting our keynote session at 12:45 p.m. here. We should start, sir. and many more. His area of research includes soft computing, applications in power engineering, renewable energy systems, building energy management, smart grid, and EV infrastructure, to name a few. He is a senior member of IEEE, life member of ISTE, life member of SSI, member of International Association of Engineers, and many other reputed societies. May I please call upon Professor Rizwan sir for his talk. Sir, please.
Thank you and good afternoon to all. So today we will discuss about the solar PV technology. What are the recent advancements and what are the various challenges that is being faced by the researchers while we are going to integrate the solar PV. अच्छा आपको इसमें जरूरत पड़ेगी ना while we are integrating the solar PV with the grid. So today I am going to discuss few of the new and innovative techniques by which you can reduce the fluctuations which is associated with the renewable energy resources. As you know that all the renewable energy resources are fluctuating in nature, and there is a requirement and there is a need of a storage system for supplying the reliable power supply. This is the brief outline of my presentation. As you know that the power is the building block of economy, and energy is the one of the key in the sustainability of any nation. As you know that the demand of electrical energy is increasing day by day, and in the presentation given by Dr. Anita Gupta, she said by 2030 it is expected that the energy demand will be 950,000 megawatt. At present, what is the installed capacity? Any idea? Any rough idea? $21,000 megawatts. You are talking about Chhattisgarh? No, in India. What is the installed capacity? Because if I am saying the demand will be 950,000 by the end of 2030, then what is the present installed capacity? No idea, no guess. Huh? Oh, no. If it is 8 lakhs megawatt, then I think there is no need of all these lectures. At present, the installed capacity is 4,46,000 megawatt. And the demand is 9,50,000 megawatt in the next 5 years, or you can say 6 years. So how we are going to achieve it? This is the main target, and this is the main challenge, we can say. And this is the opportunity as well to the engineers who are working in the area of renewable energy. Because by the end of 2030, there should be 50% mix of the renewable energy resources. It means that the share of renewable energy resources would be 50% in the installed capacity. So there is a target of 5 lakh megawatt from renewable energy resources by the end of 2030. And out of this, 60% from the renewable energy, from the solar energy. So it means that we have to achieve 3 lakhs megawatt from solar energy itself. Can anyone tell me what is the installed capacity of solar? And what are the ways of exploitation of solar energy in terms of the power generation? What are the different technologies? You are the faculty member. I think you are not supposed to give the answer. Yes. Solar thermal and solar PV. And if we are talking about the installed capacity, so it comes from both or it comes from only one? And which one is dominant? Why? Why we are not using solar thermal technology for power generation? Efficiency of solar PV is also low. So efficiency is not a problem. Okay, let's go to the data. Means how much we are generating from solar. As I said, means target is 3 lakhs. So how means what is the installed capacity? So roughly it is 75,000 right now. So we have to increase 4 times. So it can be achieved or not? What do you think? How? How it can be achieved? Do you have any idea means what was the installed capacity of solar in 2014, 10 years before? In the last 10, we have increased the solar installation by 30 times. But another question is why we are focusing only solar, why not wind or any other resources? 300 sunny days. So if there are sunny days, then obviously there should be some wind also. Region specific. So do you think means you cannot generate power in Chhattisgarh from wind? Again, means some areas. But solar can be installed anywhere. For any other reason apart from the location? Solar? The solar panels are expensive, then why we are looking for solar? This is a disadvantage. Okay, so we will go. Okay, we will discuss later. So our target is 9,50,000, and from renewable energy we have to achieve 5 lakh megawatt from renewable, and out of 5 lakh, 3 lakh from solar. So these are the reasons. Madam already discussed few of the reasons. Means why we are looking for renewable energy resources for power generation. So these are the reasons: environmental concern, diminishing of fossil fuels, sustainable development, energy security, reliable power in remote locations, increased economic growth, new employment opportunities. So these are the some of the means reasons why we are looking for renewable energy resources. Frankly speaking, in India, means we are not doing any work if it is not mandatory. If it is optional, then always it is always optional. Now it is mandate. In government buildings, if you are having more than 500 meter area, then it is mandatory, means you have to install solar power. Similarly, if we are generating power from solar, then we are getting some incentives. So these are some of the schemes, or these are some of the, I can say, the policies by which basically we are forced to generate the power with the help of solar energy. So this is the latest data. You can see by the end of June 2024, the installed capacity is 4,46,190 megawatt from all sources. And what's about the share of renewable energy in 4,46,000 at present? In the table it is mentioned about 30 to 33% the share from the renewable energy resources. This is the Indian power scenario at a glance, means how much we are growing and how much power basically we are generating. And as we already discussed, the installed solar energy capacity has increased 30 times in the last 10 years, and double wind energy capacity in the last 10 years. The government is also taking it seriously, and they are giving so many grants, and DST is one of the granting agency for performing the research in the area of renewable energy. Not only renewable energy, in science and engineering. And renewable energy is one of the, I can say, the part, not completely. They are basically giving the funding in the area of science and engineering. So why we are looking for the energy transition? Energy transition means we are generating the power from the fossil fuels. And now we have to generate the power from renewable energy resources. But this energy transition should be sustainable in nature. Because energy transition means we were generating the power with the help of the solar thermal plants. Then we had few nuclear power plants also. That is also energy transition. But it could not sustain so far. I don't know, because Madam was saying we are looking for the nuclear power plants also. But as of now, there is no new power plant based on nuclear, and the contribution is less than 2% still. So the other is escalating CO2 emissions. These are the key drivers for the energy transition. One is the societal awareness and demand for sustainability, technological advancements, because nowadays, because someone was saying the cost of the solar cell is high. But nowadays, the cost of solar cell is not high as compared to the, if you say, means in the last 10 years. Now it is declining. And if you are going to install 1 kilowatt power plant based on solar PV technology, then you can easily install in 40,000 rupees. Without storage, no doubt, without storage. But if you are taking the storage also, then it could be maybe 70 to 80,000. And the cost of energy, what do you think? What is the cost of energy from solar PV? Any idea? How much you are paying? How much you are paying in Chhattisgarh per unit? Kitna? 6 to 7 rupees per unit. So obviously the government is also taking, and there are a lot of expenditure in between the generation to consumers. As far as the solar power is concerned, so there are less expenditure in the transmission. Yes. So any idea what is the cost of energy from solar? Now MNRE claimed that the power generation from solar PV is at the rate of rupees 1.99 per unit. It means less than 2 rupees. And we have one plant at GTU. It is under RESCO model. It means the operation is installation operation is done by some other agency, and just we have given the space and we are just paying the electricity bill. That is known as RESCO model. So in RESCO model, basically we are paying at the rate of rupees 5 per unit. But it was, this installation was done in 2016, 8 years before. So at that time, the cost of energy was more. In 2018, there was one tender, and the cost of energy at that time is 3.5 rupees per unit. But if there will be a tender now, you may be able to get maybe 2.5 rupees or maybe around 2 rupees per unit. But we are paying at the rate of rupees 7 per unit. And if you talk about this CSVTU, so in this case, I don't know the slab here, but if you are talking about the domestic consumers in Delhi, then after 400 units, we have to pay at the rate of rupees 8 per unit, and it is fixed. But after all taxes and all these stuff, so it comes out to be around 14 rupees per unit. So the cost of energy per unit is rupees 14 in Delhi. And if we are getting the power at the rate of 2 or 250 or 3 or even 5 that we are getting nowadays, so there is a lot of saving. And apart, not only saving in terms of money, there is a saving in terms of CO2 emissions as well. So I will go have one slide. I will show you one case study, means how you can save the money as well with the help of this. So technology advancements is the another one. Economic feasibility, policy and regulatory frameworks. Obviously, if we are implementing something, so obviously there are certain challenges as well. So there are certain technical challenges, and the fluctuating nature of renewable energy resources is one of the major challenge. So today in my presentation, I will try to reduce, means how we can reduce the amount of fluctuations in the solar energy. So policy and regulatory complexity in integrating renewables. So these are the number of challenges. But here, why we have chosen this topic, why we are focusing on solar energy, because as I told you, we have increased 30 times installed capacity since 2014. So what are the reasons? So there are certain reasons here. Rapid decline in the cost of solar modules, development and advancement in technology, enhancement in efficiency, and as you said, there is ample availability of the solar energy at most of the locations and very low maintenance cost. So these are some of the advantages why we are focusing on solar PV in spite of other renewable energy resources. In spite of this, we are having other renewable energy resources as well. So solar PV, I'm just going it quickly. So there are different types of solar cell. I will discuss about the monocrystalline, polycrystalline silicon solar cells. So these are the 4 types of solar cells here: crystalline, thin film, multi-junction. And if you see in the last column, the efficiency is still low. It is about 14 to 16%, but now it is increased and it is about 21 or 22% nowadays. I will show you the one example also. So in most of the cases, when I ask means what is the solar installed capacity, then normally the people are saying the PV cell. So PV cell is nothing. PV cell is only the component of solar system or solar PV system. So on the left hand side, if you see, this is the only solar cell, and you can't do anything with the help of this solar cell. What do you think means how much power you are generating from this solar cell? For example, if the size of this solar cell is 10 centimeter, 10 centimeter, and the efficiency is 20%, then how much power you can generate with the help of this solar cell? This size, the size of solar cell is 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter. Efficiency is 20%. So how much power you can generate at STC? You might know. Those who are working in the area of solar energy, they know what is STC, standard testing conditions. I am telling you means I am giving input 1000 watt per meter square. Now it is easy. Input energy is 1000 watt per meter square. Efficiency is 20%. The cell area is 10 centimeter, 10 centimeter. So it will come out to be 2 watts. How much voltage we are generating from one cell? 0.5 to 0.6. So it means with the help of 0.5 to 0.6 and with the help of 2 watts, you cannot operate any appliance. So what you have to do? You have to make a module. So what you are doing in module? If you see this module, there is a 9 by 4 configuration. 9 cells and 4 cells. So why you are having 9 by 4 only? Because most of the appliances, most of the inverters, most of the batteries are available at 12 volt. And you can fulfill most of the demand at 12 volt supply. So 9 by 4 means you have to connect all the cells in series to make it 12 volt. Now you are having 36 cells. So if you are generating 0.5 from one cell, it means it comes out to be 18 volt. So how much voltage is required to charge 12 volt battery? Because the time is less and I have to cover so many things. So just please quickly tell me. If you will not respond in 5 seconds, then I have to give answer. Even more than 12 volt. It is about 12.9. But 12.9, and from this module you are getting 18 volt at STC. But STC is the laboratory condition. When you put in the field or on the rooftop, you are not getting 1000 watt per meter square. You are not maintaining the temperature at 25 degrees Celsius. So nothing is in your hand. Everything is changing. So due to this meteorological parameters changes, we are getting about 80%. Roughly you can say 20% is lost. So if you are having a module of 100 watt, how much you are getting? 80. Now, after this 80, you have to store this in the battery. So there is a charge controller. If the efficiency of charge controller is, for example, 90%, and if you are having the AC load, then in that case, you have to have inverter. And if the efficiency of the inverter is again 90%, I'm talking rough. So 90 and 90.81. So 80 watts you are getting. Now again, you have to multiply by 0.81. 64. So roughly, if you are talking about the 1 kilowatt plant, then you are getting only 600 watts. So accordingly, you have to design your PV system depending upon the by considering all these parameters. So that's why we are saying in India we are getting energy output of 4 to 7 kilowatt hour per day. So if you are getting from 1 kilowatt system 600 watt, then you have to find out the sunshine hours. So what is sunshine hours? Sunshine hours. From sunrise to sunset? In India, nowhere we are getting sunshine hours of 12 hours. What is sunshine hours here? Normally 7 to 8. So sunshine hours is not the duration from sunrise to sunset. Because if there is sunrise, means you are not able to generate the power at that time. You have to have some threshold value of the solar radiance. That is 220 watt per meter square. So from 220 watt per meter square, if you are getting maybe, for example, sunrise time is nowadays is 5:30 a.m. and 220 watt per meter square you are getting, for example, at 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. The number of sunshine hours is equal to 8 hours. So 8 multiplied by 600 watt that you are getting. So 8 into 6, 4.8 kilowatt hour per day under this scenario. Similarly, if number of sunshine hours are more, inverter efficiency is higher, charge control efficiency is higher, then in that case, or there is a less disturbance in the meteorological parameter, then you can have up to 7 kilowatt hour per day. Okay, so it depends on the location, on all these parameters. Again, this PV module has certain limitations, because if you are connecting 36 cells in series, you are increasing the level of voltage, not current. If you have to increase the value of current, then you have to increase the size of the cell. So in that case, you can increase the cell, means the cell area up to certain level. So what is the maximum rating of one module? What do you think? 200 watt, 300 watt, 400 watt, 500 watt? 250 watt is in 2010. It's an old story. Now we are having one module of around 600 watt capacity. Okay. So one module can give only 600 watt. But if you want to have a solar plant of maybe 2 kilowatt, 3 kilowatt, 5 kilowatt, then again you have to have number of modules. And the number of modules can be connected in series or parallel depending upon your requirement. If your requirement is still 12 volt, then you have to connect in parallel. If your voltage requirement is more, then in that case you have to connect in series as well. Okay, then it becomes PV array. So PV array is, again, you are getting DC from the PV array. Then if your load is AC, then in that case you have to provide converters. Okay, so if it is grid connected, then with the help of converters you can feed into the grid, and if it is off grid, then or standalone, then in that case you have to provide the battery backup as well. Okay, so then now it becomes solar PV system. So this is the definition of the solar PV system. Now I have given the from the basic solar cell, the fundamental block, then module, then array, then system. So all the four things are different. So this is the connection. I'm not going into detail, series, parallel, and how it is varying. If the cell temperature is increased by 1 degree Celsius, then there is a decrease of voltage, 2.3 millivolt per degree rise in temperature. This is the IV characteristics. I'm not going all these things because maybe there are some PhD students also, and some students, they are in their project stage, so they can do some kind of projects. So I'm going into detail because you are already running the energy and environment department here, and you are all also teaching all these things. But some basic things are required before going into the advance. So that's why I told you all these things. So the next thing is, I will take only 2 minutes in this, how to design a solar PV system. So what are the steps? So if you want to design 1 kilowatt system, as I told you, then what are the parameters that you have to consider? What is the first step for the designing of solar PV system? First of all, you have to calculate your load. Okay. Then after load, you have to calculate how much energy is required. The operational hours. For example, if you have one fan, two lights, one TV, one refrigerator, then you can add all and you have to multiply by time and you have to calculate how much energy is required for the system. So this is the first step. Second step is you have to find out the size of the PV array. So how to find out the size of PV array? I already give you an example 100 watt वाला जो मैंने आपको बताया अभी 100 watt से आपको कितना मिलता है 60 ठीक है ना सेम कैलकुलेशन आपको रिपीट करनी है then you have to find out but again you have to multiply by the number of sunshine hours then accordingly you can find out the how much energy you are generating from one module in a day तो जो आपका एनर्जी रिक्वायरमेंट था डिवाइड बाय द एनर्जी जनरेटेड फ्रॉम वन मॉड्यूल तो आपका नंबर ऑफ पीवी मॉड्यूल्स निकल जाएगा फिर जो आपकी वोल्टेज की रिक्वायरमेंट होगी उसके हिसाब से आप उसको पीवी एरे बना लीजिए देन यू हैव टू फाइंड आउट द साइज ऑफ द बैटरी बैंक तो बैटरी बैंक बैटरी की जो रेटिंग होती है किसमें होती है एम्पियर आवर तो एम्पियर आवर अभी हमने क्या किया यहां पर किलोवाट आवर्स तो क्या करना पड़ेगा डिवाइड बाई वोल्टेज तो आपका जो ऑपरेटिंग वोल्टेज होगा वेदर 12 वोल्ट 24 वोल्ट 48 वोल्ट यहां मैंने तीनों इसलिए मेंशन किए हैं कि आपकी एप्लीकेशन पर डिपेंड करेगा वेदर यू हैव एप्लीकेशन एट 12 वोल्ट 24 और 48 नॉर्मली आजकल हम ईवी चार्जिंग के लिए करते हैं ठीक है तो उस वोल्टेज से आप डिवाइड कर दीजिए then you have to multiply by depth of discharge because you cannot discharge the battery up to 100% level so normally depth of discharge is 0.75 to 0.8 okay then considering all these you can find out the size of the battery bank how to find out the size of the inverter size of the inverter can be found with the help of your load requirement for example if your load requirement is 200 watt let's say so what will be the size of the inverter ideally you can say 200 but if you are saying 200 then it is not wrong but you have to consider the losses occurs in the system also the power factor because since you are talking about the inverter now okay so accordingly you can find out the value of your inverter now come to the main point that is what are the time कितना बाकी मेरे पास नहीं इनसे पूछ लें होस्ट से मतलब कुछ लोगों को भूख लगने लगे कुछ को किसी का नेक्स्ट लेक्चर हो किसी फ्लाइट हो नहीं आप बता दीजिए कितना टाइम है मैं उसी के अकॉर्डिंग अपने पीपीटी को फिनिश करूंगा ना 15 मिनट्स 15 मिनट्स तो काफी कम है ठीक है आई विल ट्राई टू फिनिश इन द नेक्स्ट 15 मिनट्स सो व्हाट आर द चैलेंजेस एंड so everyone is saying means the grid integration of solar PV is very difficult but in respect of what there are certain challenges while you are integrating with the grid then again you have PV array once it becomes solar PV system then you have to talk about solar PV array only no cell no module okay you have PV array at PV array you have DC link voltage है ना वहां पर आपको DC मिलेगा तो first challenge is how to maintain this voltage this is the first challenge once you go to the storage then what type of storage you have to provide because of these fluctuations it could be steady state it could be dynamic if it is steady state it means it will remain for a long time but the magnitude will be less for example if you are having a system of 1 kilowatt or 5 kilowatt let's say so if you are having 5 kilowatt system then and there is some disturbance could be due to certain reasons one is cloud cover one is shadow okay so these are the things So how to maintain it? So the first thing is, if you are having the steady state type of fluctuations, then in that case, it is advisable that you have to have the battery energy storage system. But if fluctuation is very high, dynamic, for short duration, but the value is very high, the magnitude is very high, in that case, the supercapacitors are advisable. So these are the two things that you have to keep in your mind. But these, whether it is energy storage system or battery energy storage system or supercapacitor, but these are not advisable at all, because it will increase the cost of your system. And if the cost of the system is increased, then obviously the cost of energy will increase. And these things increase the maintenance cost also, because you have to replace the battery maybe after 4 years or 5 years. One thing I would like to mention here, the life of the battery never specified in terms of the years or months. But we can calculate. We can assume that the cycle is the battery is charged once in a day and discharged. So there is one cycle. Otherwise, the life of the battery is always mentioned in terms of its number of cycles. One charge, one discharge. For example, if the life of the battery is 1000 cycles, then you can say it is 3 years. Okay. So our target is how to reduce the dependency on the alternative source of energy or any storage system. So here I am suggesting, means if you can do the PV power forecasting, then with the help of PV power forecasting, you can reduce the issues related to fluctuations in the solar energy. How? Now it depends. It depends on applications. For which application you want to apply this concept? So for example, if you want to do some kind of control in your inverter, then your forecasting should be very short term, maybe few seconds to minutes, or only few seconds. If you want to do the forecasting in terms of the money or in terms of the trading, then you can do again very short term forecasting, but the period will be more, maybe 5 minutes ahead, 15 minutes ahead, 1 hour ahead, like that. If you want to do the forecasting for longer period for planning point of view, then you have to do the long term forecasting. I will show you one slide in which you can see what are the possible applications and which type of forecasting is advisable. Here in this figure you can see easily, very short term, if the fluctuations are rapid, and it can be applied for power smoothing, real time dispatch, then short term forecasting, then medium term forecasting, long term forecasting. Here you can apply now any method. There are so many methods available in the literature to do this forecasting task. Nowadays you are having machine learning, nowadays you are having deep learning. You can use any method, but the method should be intelligent. No mathematical model will work here. Why? Because the system is non-linear in nature, and in non-linear systems, the mathematical models could not give the appropriate results. So here I try to use one of the general intelligent technique that is known as fuzzy logic based approach. Here I have taken 4 input parameters, 1 output parameters, and I try to tune it, I try to train it and then test and then validation. So input parameters could be anything. For example, in my case, you can take solar radiance is one input parameter, temperature another input parameter, wind speed, rainfall, humidity, air pressure. There are a number of input parameters which affects the power generation of solar PV. So you can take any of the four depending upon their impact on the power generation. Since all the parameters, they are in different range. Now, let's say if I'm talking about the solar radiance, then it may be in 1000 watt per meter square, 800 watt per meter square, 600 watt per meter square. Temperature, it may go up to 50 degrees Celsius. Humidity, it may go up to 100%. Wind speed, it may go up to maybe 10 meter per second or 15 meter per second. Then all are in different range. So if you are basically choosing the limits, maybe low, medium, high, and very high, then in that case, it may give the convergence issue. Then to avoid this convergence issue, you have to normalize all the input and output parameters in one range. So I have taken here 0.1 to 0.9, my normalization range or scale range. You can take any value, 0 to 1, 1 to 10, 1 to 100, 0 to 100, any value. But all the values should be in the same range. For example, those who are in electrical engineering, they can understand means per unit values. Okay. So this is the formula for the normalization. And then again, you can find out the output of this based on the mean percentage error. Now here, how it can be applied? If I am saying solar forecasting is one of the approach by which you can reduce the fluctuation associated with the solar PV, then how it can be applied? So in the last line or in the last paragraph, you can see there are a number of applications which are mentioned in the multicolor. You can provide the reliable power supply. You can do the grid management. You can do the energy storage control. You can apply the demand response concept. You can do the reactive power compensation. You can do the active power curtailment, over voltage, under voltage issues, and all these issues can be taken with the help of this approach. Obviously, you have to do or you have to apply or you have to do the different types of forecasting, maybe short term, very short term, long term, medium term, or I will give you some example here how it can be implemented. For example, if the solar energy is forecasted 15 minutes ahead, to 15 minutes before your time, you know how much power basically we are generating from the plant. Then in that case, in the next 15 minutes, because for grid management or grid stability, what is the requirement? Your requirement is voltage and frequency. So if your plant is not giving sufficient power, which can be fed it to the grid, then in that case, what you have to do? Either you can, if the power generation is less, then you can buy the power from the another utility and you can fulfill the demand of grid. If your power is surplus, then you can give your power, means there is no need to give the power into dump load. Without dumping it, you can have some alternative sources. For example, agricultural. You can operate the pump at that time. You can charge the EV. So you have to find out the ways how you can use the excess power in an efficient way. Okay. So in this case, if it is 15 minutes or 1 hour ahead, then power output from solar PV system can be estimated or forecasted by using the obtained results. So accordingly, utility can take the appropriate action for providing the reliable power supply and grid management. So once the power generated is known to you, the appropriate energy storage system can be selected. This is the one. If the deficit power, then you can take from the other utility. If the power generated is more, then even you can sell it or you can use for some useful work. Apart from this, you can also apply the demand response concept. So madam was talking about the demand response concept. What is the demand response concept? So in the earlier days, what happened? So basically the generation was done depending upon the load requirement. First of all, you have to estimate the load. Then according to the load requirement, you have to generate the power. Now the scenario is completely changed. 180-degree shift. Whatever generation is, whatever we are generating, depending upon your generation, you have to shift your demand, or you have to adjust your demand. So for example, if our generation is 1 kilowatt, I'm just taking the simple example, and your load requirement is 1.2. So in the earlier days, what we have to do? Load shedding. But now load shedding is a old. In rural area, I'm not aware. Load shedding is there, but in urban area, load shedding is not the alternative. So what you have to do? You have to apply the demand response concept. Once you know the power generation, maybe before 15 minutes or 1 hour ahead, that we have done in the previous slides, then what you can do? You can give the message to the customers. For example, now 2 p.m. At 3 p.m. there is a power deficit, and if you are switch off your non-critical loads for 1 hour, for example, then you will be getting this amount or this type of rebate, or you will be getting the double of this, whatever offer you want to give. So this is a completely business model, and this demand response concept is already well implemented in USA market. Now India is also doing the same, because in Delhi, I'm not aware about Chhattisgarh, but in Delhi we have different slabs over a day. In 24 hours we have maybe, I think, 4 or 5 slabs. If the power demand is more, then you have to pay 20% extra. If power demand is less, then you have to pay 20% less. So this demand response can be applied if you can do the proper forecasting. So these are the means in this way you can reduce, because this power fluctuation is a natural thing. You cannot control it. But at your load side or at your generation side, you can do the things. So this is one of the way how you can reduce the dependency, or how you can reduce the requirement of the energy storage system in solar PV. So thank you very much. If you have any query, because I have other slides also, but the time is less, and another speaker is also looking at watch because he is having flight, Professor Srinivas. So I am taking care of you. And thank you very much. If you have any query, if you have any question, please ask.
इसमें लगा के देखो। रीड हो रहा है, रीड नहीं हो रहा है, ट्राई करते हैं। हाँ, अब I'll just copy it. Which one, sir? I cannot find it.
One second, I'll just remove this.
Folder नहीं दिख रहा है।
ओपन कीजिए मैडम प्रेजेंटेशन। हाँ
This. Read नहीं हो रहा।
no, actually I kept it separately, ma'am. Just CSVTU I have put this.
Do you have on your mail? Do you have on your mail?
Yes.
You can. You can open.
See, you open your, I will send it.
So my email ID.
Your email ID.
REECHA REECHA SHUSAAHU @gmail.
Your network नहीं है।
It will come soon.
Hope
There is a network issue. अच्छा नहीं हो पाएगा, रहने दीजिए। मेल आ जाएगा, तब बाहर निकलेंगे ना तो मेल वेट कर चुका इनकी मदद कर दो दोनों तरह से। देख लेना आउटबॉक्स में।
Here, another question. Next time, next lecture. Thank you very much.
Purvi. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. May I now request Professor Pankaj Mishra, sir, to please present Rizwan, sir, with a memento. Thank you, sir. Our next keynote speaker today is Professor S. Srinivasan, Professor, Department of Studies and Research in Chemistry, Tumkur University, Karnataka. Sir will be here in a moment. अब आएगा सर. Yeah. REE and this. Please. बहुत दबा है. मैम सर के आउटबॉक्स में है क्या, चेक करो. ये मेरे को आया नहीं. Chemistry, Tumkur University, Karnataka. Sir is presently working as a professor and chairman in the Department of Chemistry, Tumkur University, Karnataka, since January 2010. Sir has completed his master's from Mysore University and PhD from Mangalore University. His area of specialization and research includes synthetic organic chemistry, heterocyclic chemistry, drug designing, molecular modeling, pharmaceutical chemistry, and crystallographic studies. Sir has more than 25 years of teaching experience, and before joining Tumkur University, he was working as an assistant professor in different reputed colleges and universities. Apart from that, he has certain administrative experiences as well. He has served as a principal and deputy registrar at different institutes. Professor Srinivas has supervised 4 PhD and MPhil students and presently supervising 5 PhD scholars under him. And sir has received the sponsored research grant project from CSIR and UGC New Delhi. He has attended and organized many national and international level workshops and conferences and has delivered lectures. He is a life member of Indian Pharmaceutical Association, Indian Society for Mass Spectrochemists, Luminescence Society of India, Karnataka chapter, and All India Federation of Organic Farming. He is a working member of People for Animals KNT 001748 and a founder director of Sir C.V. Raman Science Center, Chalakere, if I am not wrong. May I please invite Professor Srinivas on stage, please.
Dear friends, I know I am in between your lunch. Okay. Since morning, we are dealing with climate change, environment, greenhouse gases, etc. My thought is, can our universities be a platform for climate mitigation? So when you look at the QS World Ranking 2024, okay, these are the universities, University, Manchester Institute, University of Cambridge, Oxford, so many universities are there. Even our Indian Institute of Science is not there in 100, it is 225. If you look at the number of students moving to different countries, so USA 1,90,000, like this, the large number of students are migrating to different countries for higher education. Okay, why they are moving is attractive salary, high interest subjects, etc. are there. Okay, when you look at the student faculty ratio at Cornell University, it is 6.1. 6 teachers means 6 students, 1 teacher is there. Like that, 3:1, 5:1. This is the student-teacher ratio. Is there. This we cannot maintain in India. That is a different thing. Okay, and number of Nobel laureates are the list of Nobel laureates are there. Okay, these are the numbers, and this is the expenditure for a student. This is the number of expenditure, I can say. And when you look at the amount of waste generated in the university. When you look at the amount of waste generated in the university, I have taken only the example of United States. Each student, they generate 290 kg per year. That is the wastage they are generating. The paper and plastic wastage, laboratory wastage will be there. Whereas other country, 1 kg of wastage will be generated per year, whereas these US students, they generate 2.5 kg waste. So the population of US is only 4% of world population is there, but the waste generated is 12%. This is 3 times the global average, okay, when compared to the other things. 27% of population is there in China. They are producing 36% of weightage. Okay, when come to recycling, only 32% of the wastage will be recycled in US, whereas it is 68% in Germany. Okay, and there are so many types of rankings are there in most of the time, because I worked in the NAC. So this rankings all those things are related to so many factors. In that, two main important factors are the research and the other one is environment. Research and green initiative. This carries a lot of weightage. Even the sustainable goals given by US and this UNO are, all those things are there. These sustainable goals have been taken up by the world ranking also. If you take the top university pursuing sustainable development and university impact ranking, this is Times impact ranking is there. In that, there are so many goals as they have given. What the madam was telling in the beginning, no, these are the different types of goals are there. No poverty, zero hunger, so many things are there. Okay. If you want, and this is an open platform, any institution can apply for this and they can check where they stand, what is the ranking they are going to get. That is it's a free thing. Anybody can do it. Okay. See, if you want to learn something by theory, we will be learning very less. From practice, some amount of learning will be taken, and by mistakes, we learn a lot. But that doesn't mean that we have to make the mistake. If somebody has done mistake, we have to look at the mistake and we have to understand we should not make the type of mistakes. And we know that NBA, National Board of Accreditation, they are also having different parameters to analyze and give the rank for the institutions. In that also you can see community involvement is there, student engagement is there, transparency is there. Okay, community involvement, this is one example. Just simply I put this is called a Kambati Kuwa, where you can have these type of arrangements to infilter the water. Okay, and in QS World Ranking, when you look at this parameters for this QS World Ranking also, again there comes energy and emission is there, resource management, all these things. Okay, all these times ranking. Okay, here also you are having so many parameters. Even NAC is also having parameters for the promotion of research as well as initiative. Green initiatives are there. Very much all these agencies which we look at. Okay, they all are concerned about the nature, preservation, and greenhouse gases. Because without this existing world, if this world does not exist, okay, then there is no fun in having these things. Okay. Even the revised accreditation framework also, these are the things, right? Okay. So, when we look at the different accrediting agencies in the world as well as in India, everybody is concerned about the nature and as well as research. See, we are also doing a lot of research. So many youngsters are there. I know you'll be doing a lot of research in a different field, but our aim must be, so we have to aim, see that the product, whatever you are producing, it should be of useful to the society. We will be doing publications, lot of publications we will do, but that publication, it will remain at the publication level only, but it has to reach the society because you are getting funds and all the facilities from the tax money. So this tax money has to go back to the society. If you want to go back, if you want to reach to the society, then your innovations must reach the last man in the society. That is the thing. Okay. See, so many inorganic materials are there which are used. See, this is I have given one example. This is cerium doped magnesium zirconates. These are the materials we prepare in our laboratory, and this material is synthesized. So there is a I don't know how many of you are from physics and chemistry background. Madam told she is from physics. Okay, so there is a band gap is there. We'll say that the movement of electron will takes place from one level to another level. If the band gap is less, if you are able to create, then the light energy can make the electrons to move to the higher energy level and it will come back. That is the generation of electricity. This is the methodology is used. So we can alter this band gap. See, by putting a different amount of cerium, by putting different concentration of cerium, the band gap can be adjusted. By adjusting the band gap, we can use that for the release of hydrogens. Okay. So splitting of water can take place to form hydrogen. So evolution of hydrogen can be done using this type of nanomaterials. Okay. So similarly, we have taken another microwave assisted synthesis of cobalt oxide mesophorous carbon nanomaterial. Here, so carbon material is needed that will come from orange peel. Orange peel extract is taken and it is burnt along with the cobalt to get nanomaterials. See, nanomaterials are wonderful molecules, right? So they are having different types of properties. Regular bulk molecules, whatever the properties they are having, no? When it comes to nano sized material, they will have larger surface area will be more. So because of that, their catalytic activities and actions will be more. Hence, so different types of nanomaterials are used nowadays, even in medicine, they are using, even in the hydrogen evolution process. You name any field, you are having nanomaterials because the very small amount of the material can perform that action. So as a result of this, nanomaterials are mainly used in hydrogen generation, photovoltaic cells, all those things. See, these are the different types of materials we are using at the laboratory level. So first three papers are my paper and other two are somebody else's paper. I copied. Okay. When you come to organic molecules, see, you name anything in the world, I will say, okay, you name anything in the world that is started from the organic compound. Whatever we wear, whatever the shoes, what we wear, cloth, everything is made up of organic molecules, right? So synthesis of organic molecules is very much essential. All the drug molecules are organic molecules only. Okay, right. When you start planning the synthesis of organic molecules, now it will be a difficult task like this. All those things are there. See, most of the times we have seen solar panel. It's a fixed array. When it comes to organic solar cells, now you will have flexible organic solar cells will be there. So if you have the flexibility, so what happens? You can fix it on an umbrella or a car or something like that, na? So that you can get the energy. So energy can be taken up without damaging the structures. So building after the building structure upper, you will be having solar panel. It will not look like nice. Now, if you fix it with some color, see, you can prepare different colored solar cells, right? And that will provide the energy. Even our clocks, we can have the solar cell clocks that will give you the energy. You can charge your mobile phone in the pocket itself. That type of things are also possible in future days. Okay. Now, if you look at your smartphone, okay, you know the periodic table. So large number of elements are there. 108 elements are there. If you look into your this one mobile phone, almost all the elements are there in your mobile phone. 84 elements, which are, we will say that lanthanides and actinides, all those things are there. No? All those elements are present in one or the other part of the mobile. And these are all called as rare earth elements. See, we are carrying all these rare earth elements in your pocket, right? Except radioactive substances, most of the elements are there in the things. And this, if you look at the screen of the mobile phone, na, that screen is very important for us. Many times we will gir jayega, then we will think that, oh, it has broken. If it is not broken, then we will say that, thank God, right? That is the tendency. See, this screens also, we can alter and strengthen the screens, and that gorilla glass, we will say, no, that is also because of the inventions done in the field of chemistry only. Okay. When you come to the solar cells, there will be two things will be there. Main is, the one is the which absorbs the electrons, the other one will give the electrons. So for absorbing the electron, we are having different types of molecules. Okay, there are different types of molecules are there. These molecules will absorb the electrons. Similarly, these are the different types of molecules which will give the electrons when photons are hit to these molecules. So similarly, their synthesis, all these things are very, very important, because if you are able to synthesize a molecule at a lower cost, at a less cost, then the cost of production of your solar cell will be less. Then you can afford them, we can use them, and we can achieve whatever the goals we can do. right? Okay. For that, I will take one example. Why? See, these are the two, this is one molecule, ibuprofen. This is an analgesic compound, ibuprofen we'll say. So we use this as a pain killer. See, in one methodology, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 steps are there. Okay. This is the methodology. It is done by Boots company. Boots is a pharmaceutical company. They are using to synthesize this molecule by adopting 5 steps. Whereas the other BHC company, they developed another method where 1, 2, 3 steps are there. See what happens when you reduce the number of steps in any organic synthesis or whatever the things, no? There, see, the percentage of yield, if it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let us assume that 90% yield will be there, 100 you are taken, 90 is the B, 90% of 90% is 81, like that. So you will be ending up with 59% of the product. So if you start with 100 grams, you will get 60 grams is the product in a 5-step synthesis if the product is 90%. In each step, if you get 90%, it's not possible. Okay. So I have taken this example. Okay. If it is only 3 steps, you are going to have 73%. This is straight synthesis, 1 step, 2nd step, like that. So we can have 3-step synthesis or 2-step synthesis. A is converted to B, B is converted to C. The yield is 81%. Another methodology I will adopt, D is converted to E is converted to F. Both are 81%. You mix it, you are going to get 73%. This is a 5-step process. The first one is 5-step process. This last one is also a 5-step, but this is convergent synthesis. The other one is linear synthesis. Okay. What happens if you get more percentage of yield? See, there are substances which are costlier than gold or platinum. Substances are there which are costlier than gold and platinum. We think that gold and platinum is costly substance. No, but there are materials, drug materials are there. Okay, they are very costly. When you take 1 gram of a particular substance, no, it will be more costlier than your platinum or gold. So if you increase the percentage of yield by 1%, if a company is having transaction of 100 tons of a product, 1% of increase will increase us 1 ton, and the cost of 1 ton may be 100 lakhs or 2 crores or something like that. So that much of income a company will get. That's why I will tell you, friends, there is lot of scope is there for improving the yield in any of the products. So you'll be synthesizing or you are preparing, whatever it may be. If you increase the yield, definitely that will help the society. That is one of the main thing. Okay, we have taken up this as a challenge in our laboratory. We have synthesized so many molecules. This is one diketone is there. Here, strong base like sodium hydride in presence of ethyl acetate is used. Here, one product is 80%, the other one is 20%. See, these type of things are there. See, we use vitamin C. Okay, vitamin C is nothing but ascorbic acid. Vitamin C is ascorbic acid. If you consume ascorbic acid, there are 2 things are there. One is levorotatory ascorbic acid, we'll say. The other one is dextrorotatory ascorbic acid. 2 forms will be there. When you crystallize it, you will have 2 forms. One component will be active. It is 200 times active than the dextro. That means that if you want to have 1 gram of levorotatory compound, right, that will give an action. To get that same action, you have to eat 200 grams of dextrorotatory. So instead of medicine, I can take 1 gram. I cannot have 200 grams of that substance to get it, right? So these type of conversions are very important pharma industry. In pharma industry, so there will be isomers will be there, lot of mesomers, isomers, so many things are there. One of the component will be active, the other will not be active. So in this, there is 80% of one of the product is there and the other one is 20%. Now, we have used another base, tertiary butoxide, okay, and now the yield is converted into 96% and the byproduct is only 4%. That means that you are getting almost 16% hike in the yield. Okay. Similarly, this is another conversion where I got only 5% of one product and this is the thing. Okay. Let us assume that the first product is the active ingredient. is the active ingredient for a pharmaceutical industry, then this modification, a simple modification, we have not used any catalyst, just directly we have microwaved it and we got 95% of the product. Okay, so these type of modifications are possible. So this type of things has to be incorporated into the syllabus. I will say it has to be put into the curriculum, because we teach the students with different angle. That means I will teach only the reaction. I will tell this is the reaction, but where this reaction is used, why this reaction we have to study, what is the further improvement can be done in any stage. Okay, these type of concepts has to be done, so that our students will take up these things as a research project and they can do so many things, so that they can reduce the cost of production. Cost of production has to be reduced in every stage. Okay, otherwise it's no use. Okay, synthesis of diazole derivatives, all those things are there. See, generally when you are doing research, no, we used to put everything in a glassware, okay, beaker, add those things, then heat it, reflux it, all those things were there. Nowadays there is one more type of chemistry is there, where we are using pumps. Okay, small pumps will be taken. In the pump, one of the component will be pumped into it and the another component will come. Okay, these two will touch one another in atomic level. Very small amount with high pressure, it will be pushed at a particular temperature. They will touch one another and immediately they will form product and it will be removed. Okay, so there is no wastage of chemicals, there is no solvents. All right, this type of chemistry is called as click chemistry, and these things are also going on. They also reduce the pollution. Why I'm telling is, if you increase the product production at lower cost without any pollution, that will save the nature. So greenhouse gas emission will be less. The biggest problem is water desalination. Okay, if you go to Chennai and other area, no, the water problem is there. Lot of water problem is there in IIT Madras. Okay, there is one center for water harvesting is there, and International Center for Clean Water is there. ICCW is there. Okay, they have developed some membranes where you can put seawater and you will get the clean water which can be used for drinking purpose. Okay, so this India's first largest seawater desalination plant is there. It is in Chennai. It is in the Chennai plant. They are operating and it is operational and they are producing a good amount of water. Okay, all these things are there. See, you will be having a lot of talents. Now, it is just like your talent is just like scent inside the bottle, scent bottle. Okay, if you don't open it, it's of no use. So that's why, friends, my sincere request is your students, your lab mates, your colleagues, so many, they will be having different types of talents, but it has to be used cautiously and you have to get benefit out of it. Okay, as I told, no, we are familiar and we are good at synthesizing nanomaterials, even at organic molecules. Those who are interested, you can give us some work. So I want this type of molecule, this has to be designed, this has to be created, so we can work it out and we can get you a lot of new molecules also. Okay, and this is bio orthogonal chemistry. So see, so many organic molecules are there. Identification, see, in a cell, all the cells are made up of glucose only. They are called as glycons. Okay, these glycons, identification of the glycons is very difficult. What they have done is they have taken sugar unit, converted into an azide, and this azide is linked to the glycon in a cell, and afterwards some coloring or dye material is linked to it, and then when the degradation will take place, no, that glycon will come out after the biological exposure or something like that, then it can be analyzed. For this type of work, no, they got Nobel Prize in 2022. This is a Nobel work. This is the thing they have done. Okay, so there are lot of scope is there for students and everyone. No? Large amount of scope is there for doing research, but our research should be aiming to get the benefits to the society. Unless you work for the benefit of the society, then there is no fun. because you will be spending your energy, money, wasting a lot of light energy. Okay, so convert all this energy into useful energy. This is my say, right? I acknowledge that these are my collaborators with the different industries we are having, right? These are the things. And this videos, it's not possible to run. No, okay. Chal. Okay, just okay, you can play that one. Just I want to tell 2-3 things about the climate change also. See, now in Wayanad, we are seeing lots of land sites and so many things. So in Karnataka also, that Western Ghat. So this Western Ghat starts from Kerala and it ends in Maharashtra and Goa. It goes there. And because of that Western Ghat section, large amount of wind energy is coming from the sea, so that you are getting the rain. So this getting the rain is very important thing. The first one, and this Western Ghat absorbs large amount of carbon dioxide, which is generated inside the area. Okay, so these are the two important things. But now what happened is, because of tourism, Idukki and this Wayanad area, if you look at this, it is a valley-like thing where they have converted each home into a homestay. That is the thing. They have converted into homestay. If you look at the bigger resorts and other things, okay, in Karnataka, Madikeri, Coorg area is there where 2,000 resorts are there. 2,000 resorts. So every weekend, Friday, people will move out of Bangalore. They will go to all these resorts, and Monday morning they will come back to Bangalore. So all the highways will be blocked. There is one hill station is there that is called as Kemannugundi, where iron ore extraction they used to take. Then all the social activists and all they fought and they stopped that iron ore extraction. Okay, that's okay, that's good. But now it has become a picnic spot. The movement to the Kemangundi area is too much also. And okay. See, in resorts, what they have done is each resort they have created their own water bodies. They have created their own water bodies. Small lakes they have created. These lakes, lot of water will be percolated inside the hill station, okay, inside the hill, and the soil has become wet. Okay, because of this wet soil, the landslides are thick. Okay, these are all man-made things. So in 2011, Madhav Gadgil committee, they have given a report on the Western Ghats conservation. So this is the Western Ghats.
We are downloading it.
Yeah.
हमारे भारत के सुंदर वेस्टर्न घाट्स नहीं होते, हमारी 3 इम्पोर्टेंट नदियों का उद्गम नहीं होता, जो हमारे 4 स्टेट्स का मेजर वाटर रिसोर्स है। मुंबई, कोचिन जैसे रीजन्स में बारिश नहीं होती क्योंकि अरेबियन सी से जो विंड्स आती है उन्हें रोकने के लिए कोई नहीं होता। भारत के पश्चिम एरिया में जो नेचुरल पोर्ट्स है वो नहीं होते क्योंकि वेस्टर्न घाट से ही कई छोटी नदियां निकलकर अरेबियन सी में जाती है जो ज्यादा सेडिमेंट्स नहीं कैरी करती, इसलिए शिप्स आसानी से यहाँ आ सकती हैं। भारत के 27% प्लांट्स खत्म हो जाते क्योंकि वेस्टर्न घाट्स एक यूनेस्को वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट है जिनमें कई नेशनल पार्क्स और बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व्स हैं, जिनमें बहुत से रेयर स्पीशीज हैं। कई सारे ट्राइब्स ऑफ कर्नाटका एंड तमिलनाडु का घर उजड़ जाता अगर वेस्टर्न घाट्स नहीं हो। 4 मिलियन टन ऑफ कार्बन एक्स्ट्रा होती इन आवर एनवायरनमेंट एवरी ईयर क्योंकि उन्हें अब्सॉर्ब करने के लिए वेस्टर्न घाट्स नहीं होते, जो सिर्फ माउंटेन्स नहीं है, भारत की एक लाइफलाइन है। तो शेयर करो इनकी इम्पोर्टेंस सबके साथ।
See, this is very small part is affected. If you still imagine, if you lose all these Western Ghats, if the height reduces, okay, then what happens? The natural habitat will be lost. The first thing, then definitely so many diseases will enter into the society. Okay, so lot of things are there. We don't know many aspects.
കൂട്ടിനിന്നും നേടി വന്ന പൈങ്കിളിയൽ തൂവെളിച്ചം കോരി നിൽക്കും പൂക്കണിയല്ലേ ആകാശം താഴുന്നു നീഹാരം തൂടുന്നു കതിരൊളികൾ പടരുന്നു ഇരുളകൾ അകലുന്നു പുലർന്നു പുലർന്നു തെളിഞ്ഞു തെളിഞ്ഞു ചുവന്നു തുടുത്ത വാനം നോക്കി കൂട്ടിൽ നിന്നും മേട്ടി വന്ന പൈങ്കിളിയല്ലേ തൂവെളിച്ചം കോരി നിൽക്കും പൂക്കണിയല്ലേ ഈ വഴിയരികിൽ ഈ തിരുനടയിൽ ഈ വഴിയരികിൽ ഈ തിരുനടയിൽ പൊന്നിൻ മുകിൽ തരും ഇളം നിറം വാരിച്ചൂടി മഞ്ഞിൻ തുകിൽ പടം ഇടും സുമതടങ്ങൾ പോകി മറந்த കണങ്ങൾ ഒഴുക്കി മനസ്സിൽ കുറിച്ചു തരുന്നു നിൻ സംഗീതം കൂട്ടിൽ നിന്നും മേട്ടി വന്ന പൈങ്കിളിയല്ലേ തൂവെളിച്ചം കോരി നിൽക്കും പൂക്കണിയല്ലേ
क्या होता अगर हमारे भारत के सुंदर
Coorg, also known as the Scotland of India, is the ultimate holiday destination. One of the most prominent hill stations of southern India, Coorg is an accessible hill station which is breathtakingly beautiful. Tourists won't be disappointed here as Coorg offers breathtaking scenery, adventures, pleasant weather, and sights to remember for a lifetime. Lying serenely amidst high mountains, Coorg's landscape stays misty throughout the year. Officially called Kodagu, Coorg is the largest producer of coffee in India. Mandikeri or Merkara, the capital of Coorg, is a beautiful hill town situated in the Western Ghats. This hill station stands 1452 meters above sea level. The green woody slopes, colorful scenery, misty mountains, cascading falls, dense tropical forests, tea and coffee and spice plantations make this place a paradise for nature lovers.
Now,
Excess rainfall has caused devastation. Many residents are concerned that over-exploitation of Kodagu may have contributed to the damage. Mega projects have seen thousands of trees cut, trees which hold the earth together. Tourist facilities springing up even on dangerous slopes and just next to rivers. And those residents and visitors have been careless. This is a road. The road ahead for Kodagu should not look like this. Human beings should not add to the challenges that nature already throws at them.
okay. So whatever it may be, but unless we get up and protest for the betterment of the livelihood and other things, no, the government will not bother about the things. See, in 2011, Madhavan Gadgil has given the report on Western Ghat and not implemented. Okay, in total, it's not implemented. Later in 2017 or 18, Kasturi Rangan report has been given. See, this they will constitute a committee and then they will say that okay, it will be implemented, and this government, next government, like that only. This is all going on. Okay, then who has to look into this thing? So this is the responsibility of the universities. They have to take care about the reports. They have to take care. They have to incorporate these things into the syllabus. Then only something can be done. Otherwise, we will be losing lot of things. So many animals, plants have been already extinct. So many things are not. We don't know. Many animals, plants, which are highly responsible for the day-to-day activity what we are having. No, we don't know. Some plants which are having some medicinal value are all gone in the Western Ghat. Now, only if you take the road, no, highways, just 2 kilometers you are having the forest. After 2 kilometers, resorts are there. 4,000 acres of land has been converted in the last year. So forest area, 4,000 acres in 1 year has been converted into residential area. So they are given permission to start resorts, etc. So each resort, I told, they are having their own water bodies, and this is soaking water into the system, and they are collapsing the mountains. They are collapsing the. So once this all ecological system is damaged, nothing can be removed. We cannot create a single cell. How can we destroy so many things? Okay, when we don't have the capacity to create a small animal, but we are destroying even elephants. We are killing elephants just for the teeth. No? These are so many things are going on. So all these things has to be incorporated into the syllabus, and these things has to be taken up because this is the need of the hour, and which is reflected in all the accreditation agencies. That's what I want to say that, and these things will fetch marks to the institution. They will give you a lot of weightage is there, and you will get good marks for those activities. Okay, but this will save our world. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this informative talk. May I please request Honorable Provisi, sir, to please present Srinivas, sir, with a memento. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request everyone to please proceed for lunch, and we'll be gathering back at 3:30 for another keynote session. Thank you. We are starting with the next keynote talk for today. Our next keynote speaker is Professor Brajesh Kumar sir, Professor and Director, Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women. Professor Kumar, presently working as a professor in Department of IT, Indira Gandhi Technical University for Women, Delhi, since April 2022. Professor Kumar earned BTech degree at Bundelkhand Institute of Engineering and Technology, Jhansi, MTech at APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow, and PhD from IIT Roorkee. He has more than 150 international and national journal and conference publications, patents, book chapter, etc. His research interests include IoT-based smart devices and testing, artificial intelligence and machine learning applications, memory design, flexible electronics, to name a few. Before joining here, sir was working as a professor and registrar of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh. He has more than 22 years of experience in the field of academics, research, and administration. He has received awards and certificates of appreciation for his academic research and administrative activities, and presently supervising 4 PhD scholars. He has also received the sponsored project research grant of almost 3 crores as a co-chief investigator from Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. His name has been listed in Marquis Who's Who in the World, USA. He is a life member of the Indian Society of Technical Education, International Association of Engineers, and a member of IEEE. He is a reviewer of many international journals of repute and has been the organizing chair, technical chair of various international and national conferences. May I please invite Professor Kumar on stage, please.
So good afternoon, everyone. This topic actually little bit change from climate change, right? Because indirectly this belongs to that category where we aware about currently lot of electronic junk is there. So how you can control that? So that is the purpose of discussing this pluggable electronic devices in front of you. So here, pluggable organic devices, way back, if you talk about, these are the content of my talk, right? So if you see what is the motivation behind it, so 1970, so the researcher given some concept how to realize large display. So large display is not possible with silicon material. So that's why you people, I think those who are microelectronics and BLSI, how many of you from BLSI? Yeah. So this actually belongs to that microelectronics, especially at focus here, how you can utilize the material property for electronic devices. So that is the behind the motivation. So here you can see another 1970, right? One amorphous silicon material is demonstrated for TFT. And apart from that, 1976, this Dr. Shirakawa and the group given the concept of acetylene material. So that is pure, everyone is aware, pure polymer is the insulator, where they given the concept of how to convert that polymer into a conducting polymer. So for that discovery, they have awarded the Nobel Prize in year 2000. So they awarded for their discovery of the conducting polymers. So here you can see my focus is totally on based on this device. Here you can see this layered structure, right? So bottom is the substrate. Substrate, if you talk about silicon material, so W10 type silicon material is substrate. Whereas in the organic thin-film transfer of flexible devices, plastic or that paper can be utilized to provide the mechanical mechanical support. Over that, gate and insulator and organic semiconductor. So today I am focusing on the how you can fabricate device based on the organic semiconductor material. There, this device, those who are aware about the MOSFET, you can see the difference between where top gate is top right? In this organic thin film transistor, right, layer is structure here, substrate, then gate material, then insulator, over that organic semiconductor material, and top of that electrodes, right? So the electrodes are there, source and drain and gate, whereas in this, right, bulk is not there, right? So please keep in mind when I discuss na layered structure, this diagram. So this comparison, why we discuss organic thin film transistor. So here you can see productive organic devices consist of thin film layered structure. Apart from that, semiconductor, right, or conductive material used in as a channel material. Then what is the benefit of it? What is the advantages? So here processing at low temperature. Whereas if you go for fabrication of silicon-based devices, you have to have ultra clean room. Millions you have to spend, right? Crores and crores rupees. Then you can set up the ultra clean room where you can control the temperature and other conditions. Whereas in organic based devices, right, this can be fabricated in a ambient temperature, room temperature, right? So that is the process at low temperature, low cost fabrication because of not require the ultra clean room. So that's why we call it the low cost fabrication. Apart from that, foldable, bendable, and lightweight, right? And compatibility with flexible substrate. So that's why if you compare all the silicon-based inorganic material and organic material, so here you can see the temperature range in inorganic semiconductor material, right, greater than 800 degrees centigrade. Whereas if you talk about organic semiconductor, right, a room temperature. Apart from that, flexibility, rigid material of fragile in case of silicon, whereas in case of this organic, flexible material. Right? Apart from that, process, whereas in organic, you need to have multi-step photolithography process, right, to create the source and drain, right, substrate material and other. Whereas in case of right, organic continuous direct printing, you have solution process, right? Over that you can draw different layered structure over, right? It depends, thickness of material depend on the RPM of that particular chart, right? So that condition, ultra clean room is required, whereas in case of ambient temperature, room temperature can be utilized for fabrication. And the substrate material here is availability of silicon material, or whereas here flexible plastic or substrate material. So that is the comparison between organic semiconductor materials and silicon materials or inorganic material. So here you can see the comparison between the cost wise and performance wise. Obviously, organic material having very low performance because these small molecule or conductive materials having very less mobility. So that's why these devices operate at higher voltages, right? Whereas this can be utilized for where you need to have only display. You don't want to have high speed, right? So that's why the performance is lower, right? And the cost also lower. But if you want to have a high speed, high performance operation, then still you right go with silicon material. So lot of chemistry persons are working to synthesize high mobility material, right? So that is the drawback of organic. But if you want to, because nowadays people are working in smart devices, smart in biomedical field, right? Smart cloths where you need to have what driver should be a flexible. So that's why this OTFT, organic thin film transistor, that structure we are shown, so is required to drive that smart flexible devices. So that is there. Now, so that's why I am written here clearly, flexible organic electronics is not a technology competing with silicon. You cannot compare the silicon with organic thin film. But apart from that, if you need, right, what? Intend to innovative application, right? That is not possible with silicon. So you go with organic materials like display or flexible display, smart cloth. So that is there. Right? So organic semiconductor materials, especially small molecules and conductive polymers. Right? Apart from that, the application of this organic, right? In the morning, Madam also told, right? And Saniji also told that they are working on organic solar cells, right? Lightning with low cost. So organic light emitting this objects, right? Organic sensors, biosensors, right? So these are the key applications. Organic diode, non-silicon solar cells. In the morning they have declared that also your thematic area. So another comparison given with the organic and inorganic. So here you can see the parameters: cost, fabrication, device size, and material, and condition and process. Right? Where here you can see silicon-based, right, device to set up a fabrication, you need to have in the $100, whereas in organic hardly $5. So this cost wise also, right, and especially, right, if you see these, if you go with the, right, this your display, right, earlier number of TV is connected, then you have large display, but with the help of this organic semiconductor material or organic devices, right, this length can be of any, right? So 10 feet by roll to roll, right? Suppose 20 feet somebody want to, okay, 10 meter or like, so this is possible with organic semiconductor. Where already we have discussed temperature range, right? For three technology, silicon crystalline, right? Greater than 800 degrees centigrade, whereas amorphous less than 250, where organic is room temperature. These are the applications of organic material where my group is worked in OLED technology and organic thin film transistor. So during PhD, one of my student developed the organic LED waves to detect the ovarian cancer. So one example I will share with you. Here you can see applications of, right, organic flexible device. So this example I have taken organic thin film transistor. Here you can see, right, we do one where my research group is presently also working in this, right, organic SRAM, organic LED, right, biosensor, and analog and digital circuits where logic gates and other, and organic solar cell and OLED, and their application, one of PhD is awarded in this material, ovarian cancer detection. But apart from that, positive points, right? Nothing is perfect. So here you can see the limitation of flexible organic material, right? The low mobility, high operating voltage, device reliability issue. One device is fabricated, not sure, another device is having same performance because that organic material, right, change their characteristic, their behavior with time. Similarly, high contact resistance and high voltage operating because of the lower mobility. So that is there. MOSFET, right? Everyone is aware about the working and all. So similar functioning and working principle. Apart only the change is here you can see, right, the formation of channel through inversion. Whereas in case of organic semiconductor based devices, right, only the difference is accumulation. Right? So this diagram you can see where this layered structure, right? So organic semiconductor over that, right? These holes are injected from this. You can see this example, right? This negative p-type material. So that's why this negative, right, electron this side and the injection is there. So channel is formed near the dielectric interface, right? So this, so accumulation means injection of carriers accumulated here. So that's why this word is used. The working principle is MOSFET having the inversion concept, whereas OTFT, right, accumulation of charge carriers near the interface. Yeah. So this channel formation, I am not going to deep into formation of because different domains people are there. So here only this I convey. If you go with positive p-type or n-type device, only the difference is the polarity, right? Supply voltage. Right? So here you see based on the p-type and n-type material. So here given the concept of fabrication. Right? So you can compare here. The mobility is very low, right? So that's why high operating voltage there. Right? So here you can see comparison graph between the, right, here vacuum evaporation, small molecule, right, or another is the conducting polymers. So this comparison between their mobility, right, this old graph is there. So Asian people are nowadays having more than 15 centimeter per BS, right, mobility of this material as on 2024. So MOSFET, those who are working in MOSFET, you can see similar parameters are there. Right? Performance parameter of organic or flexible devices is measured by these performance parameters: drive current, mobility, threshold voltage, transconductance, and on-off current ratio, and contact resistance and subthreshold flow. So these are the same performance parameter as used in the MOSFET devices. Yeah. So here you can see based on the position of, right? Position of, you can see I discussed 4 layers, right? Substrate, semiconductor, and electrode. Electrode is 3, source and drain and gate. So based on the position, right, single gate device is classified in 4 category. So here if you talk about top gate, top contact. So top gate is there, right? And contacts are defined based on the position of the over the semiconductor material or below the semiconductor material. So that's why this top gate, bottom contact, where you can see, right, contacts are bottom of the semiconductor. This your bottom gate, gate at bottom, and top contact. Contacts are over the semiconductor material. So this classification. Just I'm leaving this. There's a deep comparison between all devices. This performance wise, if you compare with the, because every person is don't have the fabrication facility. So what you can do, those who have especially microelectronics person, right? You go with fabrication fabricated device and validate that device and compare with your simulation result. So if you find your close match with the fabricated device, and then you go with your any application of that particular device. Apart from single, right? So we find out dual gate OTFP having higher performance, almost 2.5 times higher performance. So that's why only the difference is you have to pay more, right? Consume more space, because here you can see this is your single gate device, right? Here gate is bottom, right? Here gate is bottom as well as top, right? And 2 dielectric material. So it's consume more filter, right? Space and having the higher cost in computer, but performance wise, right? Dual gate having 2.5 times higher performance because of the, right, two channels. Right? So that is. So this comparison given, and we have analyzed the performance between single gate and dual gate, right? And we find out, right? All here you can see the performance parameters for dual gate, right? This year drive current of 5.7 times, right? Mobility 3 times, and threshold voltage, right, reduced by 2.8 times, and transient conduction 6 times. This comparison between 2 devices. So this actually given the comparison between merits and demerits of different structures. This deep analysis of different structures, those who are working. So I will share the this PPT. So you please share with microelectronics Bhilai students especially, and those who are working on material synthesis. Yeah. So we have also analyzed what is the impact of different layers we have used in the that device. So if you change the thickness of that device, so material, especially organic semiconductor material and dielectric layer, right? They have the impact on the performance. So that we have analyzed in the this paper. Apart from that, we have given the classification of organic semiconductor material. So as we are aware as inorganic semiconductor material or silicon material, right? Organic material also classified in 3 categories: semiconductor, electrode, and insulator, right? Or non-conducting polymers. Further, they divide small molecule and conducting polymers. The beauty of this conducting polymer, you can further, if you go with the small molecule, you have to have some ultra clean room kind of thing. But whereas in conducting polymers, you can have a solution, right? Only the solubility of that material should be good, right? Then go with simple spin coater, where you can fabricate your organic devices and organic OTF. Similarly, further classified P-type small molecule and N-type small molecule, and P-type conductive polymer and N-type. So this we have analyzed the performance. So those who have interested in for simulation, because maybe presently you don't have the fabrication facility at our place. So you can go with the Silvaco. This all the devices, right, analyzed in the Silvaco Atlas tool. So here, given the comparison between small molecules and conducting polymers with the all parameters, right, and few examples of conducting and small molecules. So these are the deep analysis we have did in this OTFT. I'm leaving this deep analysis of this, where the first time we have proposed this internal analysis of OTFT. So this paper published in the one transaction, where first time we have proposed this at the impact of, be aware about the contact resistance, right? So here you can say source, right, and drain and gate resistance, where we have analyzed the bulk resistance also. So this we have proposed first time. I'm leaving this. I'm coming to example of audit. Yes. So this our group published the papers on the organic LED, right? And this paper you can see where we have find out the this organic LED based light sensor for detection of ovarian cancer. So I'm discussing this example. Here you can see we have analyzed 4 devices. Based on the best device, we have compared all 4 devices, these multi-layer audit, right, where we have compared the because current density and luminescence, right? If you detect OLED as a source, right, as well as a detector, light detector. So that concept we have utilized because based on the different wavelength, right? You can identify because we have taken the urine sample for detection of disease, right? So where we have applied because all the that one here you can see this person given the concept, right, here and group was first to analyze the fluorescence, right, concept where human even under different excitation and emission wavelengths, right, they have given the concept, right. So if you see the wavelength between, right, 330 nanometer, right, or 370, right. So if you find out the emission, right, at 220 nanometer, this nanometer, right, and the fluorescence is high, right. Similarly, right, at the detection and fluorescence emission at 440 nanometer, right, so it's low. Then, on the basis of this concept, right, they have given urine sample or every human having their different uh, chemical, right, property of urine. So based on that, then 370 they find out low and this at 440 nanometer high. So this disease person. So based on this that concept, intersection of urine with the light can be, right, influence the detection of various diseases, right, in the human, including cancer. So that same concept we have applied, right, for our device. And here you can see this block diagram illustrating methodology to detection of ovarian cancer. You can see this audit, right, is used as source wavelength between 300 to 400 nanometer, right. In between we have placed the urine sample, right, and find out that urine sample, right, generate the fluorescent and that detected by the same light source we have utilized, right. So here light source and this light detector. So this concept is utilized, right. So in this we have given the this one flow chart how one can identify the, right, utilizing the OLED as a source as well as a detector. So initially OLED emits light, right, in between, right, equal or greater than 300 to 400 wavelength. Then emit light is represented for urine. So urine generate the fluorescence and urine starts fluorescence emission, right? Then only detects urine fluorescence and based on the comparison, right? Variation in the current. So variation in the current with the equivalent to the that fluorescence, right? Wavelength detection through ordinary current source, right? If it is yes, is urine emission, right, equal to 440. Yes, then you find out the cancer is there. If it no, that person is happy. So that concept is utilized. So that is all about one example. So here you can see we have gone through this concept because I discussed two devices. One is organic thin film transistor and another is OLED. So this you can see the circuit. This OTFT, right, drive the OLED. Right? So your simple concept is MOSFET similar to OTFT, right, where current flow. So this we are aware about simple LED concept. Same concept is applied here, right? Then you can find out optical wavelength, right? This you can see P, right? This 332 almost 370, right? This given in there. So equivalent cathode current. Similarly, we have analyzed in the right available photo current and optical wavelength. So in between here also you can see the P. So we find out the this change in current. So equivalent. So we have identified the concept. So this given the results of our that paper, right? Equivalent here we have analyzed 420 and 440. So this equivalent to. So here we have given based on this. Right? So 420, right? Healthy portion and 440, right? This equivalent current we have identified because you can measure the current only with this circuit, right? The proposed circuit. So this you can see what is the other application of OLED. Here you can see right, and very fiddle. That is another. Yeah. So this video I will share. Please you share with the students, right? Right now because this having almost 10 minutes, right? So I'm leaving. I will share so those who are working in this area can see this video having whole fabrication process of OTFT. This future recommendations. So I will share only. I am going to discuss recently in the climate. We are going to last 3 years. I am conducting as a convener of international conclave on energy, materials, and climate. So that I am sharing with you. So those who have interested in this area, please submit your. You can join this year earlier. Previous 2 years we have conducted that conclave at IGDTW Delhi with the joint IIAM Sweden. So this year I'm sharing that. So this in the year started in the year on the international conclave on material, energy, and climate. So almost 25 countries every year is participating in this, especially Europe and other part of world. So I'm the organizing convener of this. So there we find out this Sri Paras Singh Patel also joined inaugural function of that. And another in year 2000, same concept of this series of that, right? We have conducted in 18 and 20 December. And this year, this, right? International Conclave Material and Energy. So those who are interested, please join this physically because this year we are, because this group, you can see this IAAM, International Association of Advanced Material, is organizing this year that they have started International Institute of Water. So they are only running the PhD program there on water only. Right? So water analysis in India, especially they are focused on Rajasthan. So those who are interested in right material, energy, and climate, please join. Right? This free of cost conclave, right? Especially sponsored by IIAM. So this and these are the theme of material, right? Topic of material, energy, and climate. All the majority of topics are included in this. So IIT Chennai, IIT Kharagpur, IGDUW, IIW, these all are the part of this organizing team. So thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, to please present Brijesh Kumar, sir, with a memento. Ma'am. Thank you, sir. Our fourth keynote speaker for today is Engineer Dhiren Tiwari, scientist, CEST Division, DST Government of India. Sir is BTech in Civil Engineering from Aligarh Muslim University and MTech in Energy from Jamia Millia Islamia. He is currently a senior scientist in DST Government of India and has more than 12 years of experience in industry with a specialization in renewable energy, hydropower construction, and a strong research professional in this background. May I please invite Dhiren sir on stage, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all. Respected Vice Chancellor Professor Sanjay Agrawal ji, Siddiqui Saab, and Mohammad Rizwan Saab, and all distinguished guests, scholars, researchers, and dear students. It is my immense pleasure and honor for me to be here, being a part of this conference regarding sustainable energy system for climate energy mitigation organized by the Chhattisgarh Swami Vivekananda Technical University, Bhilai. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee for inviting me to this prestigious event. As we gather here from various corners of the country, united by a common goal of advancing renewable energy and sustainable technologies. Filled with optimism and enthusiasm, the presence of such a distinguished assembly of scholars, researchers, practitioners, the importance and urgency of our mission will be discussed. In today's world, the challenge posed by climate change, basically, environmental degradations and energy security are more promising than ever. The need for sustainable solutions is not just a matter of academic interest, but a global importance. And we have to address clearly the work that each one of you is doing in the realm of renewable energy and sustainable technology is crucial for creating a future where economic developments can coexist harmoniously with environmental stewardship. This workshop, I think, provides an excellent platform for the exchange of ideas, knowledge, and innovations in the field of renewable energy. We will delve into cutting-edge research, explore practical solutions, and discuss forward-thinking strategies. The session includes keynote addresses, panel discussions, if any, by the experts, given by the experts, and technical presentations promise to be enriching and insightful for the workshop. I am particularly excited about the diversity of the topics covered by my experts and technical members. Topics that are being covered and ranging from the latest advancement in renewable energy technologies to sustainable practice and policies that can drive meaningful changes in the field of renewable energy. The interdisciplinary nature of this conference is commendable as it brings together experts from different fields to collaborate and innovate. The role of academic institutions like Chhattisgarh Swami Vivekananda Technical University, Bhilai, is fostering research and development in these critical areas cannot be overstated. I hope that efforts of Chhattisgarh Swami Vivekananda Technical University, Bhilai, under the leadership of Professor Sanjay Agrawal and his team, definitely will be in the fruitful. And your commitment to excellence in research and education sets a high standard for others to follow in future. At the Climate, Energy and Sustainable Technology Division, as I belong from this division, Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, we are dedicated to promoting research and innovation in these vital areas. Our division focus on developing and implementing strategies that address the challenges of climate change, enhance energy security, and promote sustainable development. We believe that collaborative efforts and knowledge sharing are key to achieving these goals, and this conference will play a crucial role in this endeavor. I also extend my deepest appreciations to all the technical experts or academicians, scholars who have present there and contributing to the workshop. And I hope you will provide your share in the field of research and developments. Now, in conclusion, I am confident that this event will be a resounding success, inspiring new ideas, fostering collaborations, and contributing significantly to our shared goal of a sustainable future. I look forward to the fruitful interactions and the wealth of knowledge that will emerge from this conference, which will be continue tomorrow also. So as we have very little time, I will go through some slides. I think we never discussed why this renewable energy is needed. We are actually using earlier that conventional source of energy. So I think in 1970 and 1980, if we go in past, initial exploration was solar energy due to the global energy crisis. That time we used some conventional source of energy. So we think that renewable energy is also a option. In 1980 and 99, pilot projects and policy framework were started across the world. These include solar cookers, solar water heaters, and small PV system, but not in large scales, just for the implementation of the solar energy field. In 1990s, MNRE, it was a very great and very important initiative by the Government of India, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, and initial growth was taken care in 1990s. Under the MNRE, rural electrifications by using solar energy was started, and it was only confined to provide the electrifications only that time. In 2000, the scaling up and international collaborations with national programs were carried out. I think, where is this? Where is this? Okay, yes. So major policy and programs were taken care. Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Missions in 2010. It was a very big step by the Government of India. Development of 2000 megawatt solar power by 2022, it was the targeted. And increasing target 10,000 megawatt means 100 gigawatt of solar capacity by 2022 achieved. What were the challenges for achieving these? Land acquisition and grid integrations. Grid integration is the major challenge itself today. What is the current status? We have total installed capacity till March 2014, 2.5 lakh megawatt, which was actually increased in 2024, 4.5 lakh megawatt. Out of this total installed capacity, including this conventional and renewable energy has share 150 gigawatt, and out of this, solar has 85 gigawatt till June 2024, and wind has 47 gigawatt, and small hydro, this has 5 gigawatt, biomass has 10 gigawatt share, and base to energy 3.5, and base to power 2.5 gigawatt. To achieve the target for renewable energy, Government of India included this hydropower energy in the renewable energy. Earlier, it was not included in the renewable energy and considered as a conventional part of the energy. Now, coal-based power, if we compare in 2014, it was 1.4 lakh megawatt, now which has increased to 2.1 lakh megawatt. It means the government is more focusing on production of the renewable energy as compared to the conventional energy. And the installed solar energy capacity has increased by 30 times in last 9 years. And renewable energy source have a combined installed capacity of 150 gigawatt. And government has started various production linked incentive schemes driven by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE, wherein some scheme has been launched, including this Kusum Yojana. They are also implementing through the MNRE. And what is the difference between MNRE implementation and DST? Can anybody tell if they are working with MNRE or DST? What is the difference between the working of MNRE and DST? Basically, DST is providing funded to the research and developments having TRL level till up to 5 to 6 or 7. And TRL means technical readiness level. Actually start from 2. I am not going in basics research, which is actually given 0 to 1. And DST actually providing funds to the TRL research 2 to 7. 2 to 3 just initial research. Later on that lab-based actually research, lab proven and prototype, and I think 5 to 7 TRL for demonstration purpose. So DST provided the funds for research and development to till the demonstration of the research started from the lab. But MNRE actually provided the funds beyond the TRL 7. They provide for commercialization and industrialization of the research done by any institution or the researcher so that they can be commercialized. So it is the basic difference between the DST and MNRE. So for getting this ambitious target under renewable energy, the solar is basically more focused. So there are different actually technology developed non-silicon solar cells. In brief, I will let you know there are 3 types of monocrystalline silicon, polycrystalline silicon, and amorphous. You know, everyone know that mono is the single crystal and polycrystalline is the from various number of times, and amorphous silicon is the non-crystalline silicon basically. And peroxide solar cell is organic, inorganic, halide peroxides. We are working on that. And heterojunction solar cell combined crystalline silicon with the amorphous silicon layers. And tandem solar, these are also working. And multi-junction cells comes under this categories. So now DST has funded a project wherein an indigenous technology has been developed for development of polycrystalline silicons briquettes in India. And wafers we can actually produce because we are totally depends on the China. India don't have any technology to prepare wafers in India. Now we have funded a project. I am not actually disclosing their name because it is under actually patent. Now we have developed a technology in India. We can actually prepare the wafers. I think the size of wafers is 181 by 181 and thickness I think 100 micron. So we are hopefully if this technology becomes success, so India is not dependent on China import. Now next, the efficiency if we talk, monocrystalline silicon 20 to 26%. It is reported by various researchers. Silicon heterojunction 20 to 25%. Tandem solar cell 30 to 40%, but it is not validated by any lab. Perovskite solar cells 15 to 25%, rapidly improving. And anybody can tell me what is the challenges of these perovskite solar cell? Major challenge. Sorry? No, challenges, sir. Perovskites the challenges in India. No, that's the stability, sir. Stability is the major challenge because our researchers are working inside the lab. Even this device is not actually bring outside. So I think only some researchers in lab, they claiming only 1,000 hours, but it is not validated by any lab. Second thing, efficient, if we include some inorganic matters, efficiency is increased, but that stability is increased, but efficiency is decreasing. So there are chances if we mix organic and inorganic both. You know that silicon is totally based on inorganic and perovskites is organic. So both have actually problems, issues. So if we actually mix organic and inorganic both, so both actually challenges can be addressed. So polycrystalline silicon has 10 to 15 efficiencies. What are the future prospects? Ambitious target, actually Government of India has set 500 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity by 2030, which is very ambitious. And it is, I think, if we work on solar thermal also, we can only achieve. What are the technological advancements? Continued advancement in solar technology, improvements in efficiency and storage solutions, we have to focus. And international collaborations need to be done so that we can achieve the 500 gigawatt renewable energy capacity by 2030. To achieve this target, solar park scheme has launched by MNRE. 50 solar parks for 500 megawatt has to be set up. These solar parks act as hub for solar energy generations. Under this scheme, 11 solar parks capacity of 8521 megawatt, 8,500 approx already developed, and 7 solar parks capacity of 3985 under progress. I have already mentioned that MNRE has launched PM Kusum Yojana, and by this, an addition of capacity 30.8 gigawatt by March 2026 is targeted. And other scheme, rooftop solar programs, that Government of India, MNRE is another scheme. And now the international alliances, International Solar Alliance is actually working to actually collaborate with the different agencies within the India and outside the India, and a member setting collaborative platforms to aim creating 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. India's Vision 2030, Innovation Illuminated, Vision of 2030 focus on green growth. And you know that till 2017, zero carbon emissions we have actually fixed. As Madam told, till 2047, we are not working on zero carbon policies. After that, we will work on zero carbon policies if we got the targeted renewable energy system. Meeting 50% of energy requirement from renewable energy sources by 2030, it is a target, and reducing the total projected carbon emissions by 1 million ton by 2030. These are the very ambitious targets set by the Government of India. Future aims 2047, India aims to become an energy independent nation. We will be able to export the energy, and KPMG reports to meet its clean energy target by 2030 required investment worth $350 to 400 billion annually. What are the environmental benefits of the solar? Mitigating climate changes, reduce pollutions, and securing the planet futures. So solar power is crucial in ensuring a sustainable future. I think Further, now Government of India changed the focus from solar energy to the hydrogen. And we are working on hydrogen as well as storage and productions. So first hydrogen train this year aims for 50 by 247. One train has already been launched by the Government of India, running through the hydrogen, and we have 50 by 2047. It is the targeted. And high-speed rail advancement, high-speed rail project is on track, expected to start operation by 2027. And electrification and coverage to enhance safety, efficiency, and environmental based on the hydrogens. Thank you. And any questions regarding the DST and how we fund, if any person wants to know, because we rarely receive proposals from the state universities. We receive the proposals only some premier institutes, and they are working on that only. So anybody has questions? Yeah. Actually, whenever we launch a call, we never mention that this is for silicon or peroxides. And for your informations, some researchers from the IITs, they submit a proposals on the peroxides missions to set up a peroxides missions by combining 3 to 4 IITs. So I would like to request, whenever you go for the proposal submissions, you have to make clusters or industry partners, which will actually not only strengthen your research actually base and also focus on the vast areas. So while you submit the proposals, you please keep in the mind key collaborations with the other institutions. Yes, especially in industries. Thank you. Thank you to all. Have a nice day. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sir, I am Akhilesh Tiwari from Energy Department. Sir, I just want to know that we are moving towards the adoption of EVs right now, and we are reducing the manufacturing of ICE-based vehicles. So, but sir, in this EV sector also, we have 3 different domains. Like one is pure EV, second one is the hybrid technology, and third one is the hydrogen-based transport system. So, sir, I just want to know that in which area the government is more focusing, means they are going to adopt the hydrogen-based car, or for only the EVs, or for the hybrid systems. As sir, we know that our Union Transport Minister is also promoting the hydrogen cars right now. He's traveling in that Toyota Mirai, which is hydrogen-based car. So are we going towards the hydrogen and hybrid and not focusing on EV more? Sir, I just have this question.
Sorry, your good name?
Akhilesh Tiwari.
Yeah, Akhilesh ji. Basically, when we develop some technology in initial stage, we give equal opportunities and attentions. At this stage, we are working on PV and solar. And I think now we got 85 gigawatt. Okay. So now it's a technology already proven. But we have to focus other actually sources like hydrogen and EV. So now these 3 mentioned field are actually under research, and government is equally focusing on EV, storage, as well as hydrogen. When we actually achieve the targets, and I think that whatever we want from this technology, like solar, we will actually implement the projects, but these are at initial stage, and we have to work on the same. Like silicon solar has already developed, but we are also giving attention to the peroxides. Even we don't have any hope or idea what is the future of the peroxides, but still we are working on that. And our researchers claim that I got 35% or 25% efficiency, but they don't talk about other aspects like what is the lifetime and what is beyond the lab, whether it can be sustained or not. So these field, whatever you have actually asking, are under actually innovation and research. So we are equally giving opportunities to all the researchers in the field, either from the EV or hydrogens. And for EV, if you want to know, we have actually launched white papers, and you please go through the these papers and policies and find out the reasons. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we come to an end of day one of this workshop. I would like to thank all the delegates and experts for sparing time and for being the part of this workshop in day one. And I would also like to thank all the participants, students, and faculty members. Tomorrow again, we will meet at 11 a.m. in the same place for day two of the workshop for certificate distribution. Now, I request all the delegates and participants to move for or to proceed for tea. Okay. Okay, we will all gather for group photograph. All the delegates, please. I request everyone to please be a part of this group photo.